The 11th day of June, the time is 9 o'clock. The Board of Commissioners is in session. Commissioner Daly and I are present. Commissioner Davidson will be here. The purpose of the meeting is to continue our budget presentations. Are there any other changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
No other changes to the agenda, so we'll start right off. We'll get Katie up to kick it off.
Good
Welcome
morning,
to the
Mr.
meeting.
Chair. Today we're starting out with your budget in the Commissioner's office.
Oh, we've been looking forward to that for 2 days.
The Commissioner's office is comprised of two areas, community programs and commissioners. Community programs are programs that benefit Ada County as a whole, such as Idaho Humane Society Animal Shelter, Senior Centers, U of I Extension Office, Family Advocates, Terry Riley Health Services, and Allenbaugh House, to name a few. The Commissioner's Office oversees the operation of 12 departments, serves as the Board of Equalization, provides oversight for the Fair and Emergency Medical Services District, and adjudicates indigent claims. They serve on various other boards and committees, which include, among others, Compass, Valley Regional Transit, and Treasure Valley Partnership. Additionally, the Commissioners are responsible for all county contracts, ordinances, and resolutions, grant applications, and overall direction of Ada County. General covers costs associated with all the offices and departments within the general fund. Costs such as litigation and attorney fees, postage, unemployment insurance, excise tax, and carries a contingency appropriation should the need arise. The county also budgets the funding for its capital projects in this department, and once the new fiscal year has arrived, that funding is then provided to the Capital Projects Fund to pay for the projects the board approves during the budget process. The Veterans Fund assists in the maintenance, upkeep, and repair of servicemen's memorials within Ada County. This funding is provided directly to the American Legion Post 113 in Meridian, which was established under this title in accordance with Idaho Code 65-102-103. The Public Health Fund provides the county's portion of funding for services provided on a regional basis by health districts. This funding is provided directly to Central District Health as directed by Idaho Code 31-862. Steve Rutherford, Chief Operating Officer, is representing the Commissioners Rod Beck, Ryan Davidson, and Tom Daly, who are responsible for the Commissioner's Office, General, and the Veterans and Public Health Funds on behalf of the Commissioners, who are one of 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. So first we have the Commissioner's Fund. As submitted, this sits at $423,000 over allocation with 4 negative salary adjustments. I'm assuming those are base pay adjustments. 6 operating supplementals with a total of $458,000. The general fund is sitting at $2.19 million over allocation, and that comes in the form of 1 operating supplemental and 1 personnel lump sum, for a total of $2.2 million. Public health, as submitted, is $154,000-ish over allocation, almost $154,000, and that is 1 operating supplemental for a total of $154,000. The Veterans Fund is flat year over year with a total of $20,000. And it is my pleasure to introduce Steve Rutherford, who will present the budget.
Thank you.
Any tricks?
There you go.
Any magic here?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Rutherford, you've been referred to as a CIO, a CEO, and now you're the COO.
I am, and I appreciate all 3 positions, although maybe I can't hold the job down.
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to present your budget. Welcome to Day 3. I appreciate the opportunity to be your Chief Operating Officer and to sell your budget today. I wanted to take a moment to recognize your staff. You have, to your left, Judy, Matt, Alma, and Alex upstairs do a fantastic job, I know you know this, of getting you all ready to go every day. They do the work that is required to get to the work you have to do, and they are really exceptional at it. We miss Annie like crazy. She's probably watching right now, sadly. But we also have a little bit of fun upstairs. So I also have been struck over the last 5 years 5+ years in this position at the type of employees that I experience out in the county. And I'd like to take a minute just to mention what exceptional people we have working here at the county. And there's no department or office that's the exception. I just find that I have found in my travels that employees of the county are here for a reason. They enjoy their work serving the citizens of Ada County, and they just do exceptional work. And I don't want to mention an officer department because I really don't want to leave anybody out. But again, I've been struck. This is a special place, and I really do appreciate serving alongside other county employees. Talk for just a couple of minutes about what you all do out in the world. You demonstrate leadership every day by collaborating with all manner of people. You are involved in the legislative process every year. You use your relationship skills, talents, and knowledge to help Ada County residents in that process. You had some success this year with some property tax legislation and kind of this continued evolvement of the public defense reform. You work with our congressman. I know the chair met with them when he went back to DC this year on some real local issues, again, trying to make Ada County residents' lives better. Similarly, you meet regularly with county commissioners from across the state in our association and tackle difficult challenges. You meet with mayors and city council members and other county commissioners from this area, from Ada and Canyon counties in Treasure Valley Partnership, to solve problems, to help us do better for residents. And probably most importantly, you daily collaborate with our office department heads and elected officials to move through challenges that we have here at Ada County. You help us meet those challenges, you demonstrate leadership, and you're there to help us celebrate successes. So thank you. We've talked a lot during this budget process and even upstairs for the last year about statutory obligations. What are counties charged to do, and then how do we fund those? As you know, you commissioned the prosecutor's office to come up with a list of those, and they cataloged 43 pages of statutory mandates. It's overwhelming. And I will tell you that a number of those statutory obligations fall on you. Here's just a kind of a smattering of some of the things that you have to do. But I will say that virtually everything you do is statutorily required. Things that are not statutorily required are based in statute. And probably a really good example of that is your community programs. There are a number of organizations that you fund that aren't mandated by statute, but they provide essential services to vulnerable populations, and you do it gladly to support your community. And they're all tied to statutory authority. So in this vein, I was kind of thinking about all of the myriad responsibilities that you as county commissioners have, and I decided I was going to chart it. I'm not very handy. I'm certainly not a CIO, but this is it. The blue is BOE. One of the purples is street naming appeals. Anyway, you get it. You have a lot of responsibility. So we want to take just a minute of time to acknowledge some of the really good work that's going on. You obviously have invested a number of dollars out of our ARPA funds. As Tom told me, it's non-local tax revenue to build just an amazing park out at Expo. I would mention, as I put the park up here, I think everybody but the coroner's office has had this park in their budget presentation, so it's getting a lot of traction. But this park is in progress. You can see some really good things happening out there at the park. It's a tremendous investment in our community. Certainly, it's going to benefit the Garden City residents, Ada County residents, but when you add the play equipment and the skate park, this is truly going to have a regional impact. And then you add soccer that you all went down the road with Bob, as he talked about yesterday, to do a deal with Boise Pro Soccer to bring just an incredible kind of family entertainment event to Expo. And again, just tremendous regional benefit for all from decisions that you've made. We've also maximized the use of ARPA dollars by paying for things that we would otherwise have to use property tax dollars for. Necessities, not nice to haves, but need to haves. And so here is a picture of a roof somewhere in America. We don't have pictures of our projects, but where there are RTUs, rooftop air conditioning units. You replaced 55 of those at various county facilities all across the county this year with those ARPA funds that will assist us as we move forward, because we would have otherwise had to do them anyway. Similarly, you've done solar installations at a handful of our county facilities that will reduce and in some cases eliminate the need to pay a power bill, which will pay dividends for years to come. This board has been a staunch supporter of the RNG project at the Ada County landfill. Your enthusiasm and encouragement, quite frankly, pushed this project forward when it was otherwise languishing. It's finally operational, and this facility is now going to generate $1 million or more annually for the landfill folks to use to keep rates down. So thank you for that. I mentioned community programs a few slides ago. The board supports these essential services. This is from the current budget year, but essential services for Ada County residents and even actually Treasure Valley residents. You help to provide activities for our seniors, behavioral health counseling, psychological medication management, patient navigation, medical and dental services, drug and alcohol treatment, and paramedicine delivered to residents in the home. Again, not all of these are required by state law, but all have a basis in state law, and they are fantastic examples of you all supporting our community. Turning to this year's budget, FY26, excuse me. Like every year, you work with Judy to find ways to reduce our budget, ways to take less or save money. This year was no exception. I've created this slide to show that you've cut almost $29,000 in the commissioner's budget this year and $18,000 from our general fund budget. We have submitted a supplement for property insurance. You heard the reason for that yesterday when Kelly Pananananan was talking to you. We wanted to make sure we highlighted that that's a change. That's something new for us. I've also added to this slide the contingency that we traditionally set aside $100,000 for personnel and $1 million for general administration for the unanticipated. We just don't know. Thankfully, we haven't always had to dip into that. It's pretty rare, but that's fine. It's there in the event that we need it, and it goes to fund balance in the event that we don't. To talk about a couple specific requests, Valley Regional Transit this year has asked for a 53% increase. I put this slide together to show you what you've done by way of Valley Regional Transit over the last several years. You can see that particularly in 24 and 25, you treated them very well, were responsive to their request. Given the current state of affairs with this year's budget process, I thought I would add at the bottom of this slide, if you decided to do something less and gave you some ideas, I will provide this slide to you for purposes of deliberation. And we can work up other percentages, but I wanted to make sure you had some idea that if you wanted to approve something more modest, that you would have some real numbers. Allenba House is another one. They did request a flat budget. I guess before I get there, I should mention just the tremendous work that they do because of your partnerships with the cities in Ada County, with the two hospitals, St. Luke's and St. Al's, and the state to come together. Well, the Housing Authority is also involved in there. They own the building. But you all come together to hire Terry Riley Health Services to provide drug and alcohol detoxification and treatment at that facility out by the Ada County Jail. It is a tremendous and important public resource and keeps people experiencing drug addiction, alcohol addiction, and needing detox from being in our Ada County Jail or taking a bed in an emergency room. This year, they've submitted a flat budget request of $330,234. I wanted to mention to you that, or remind you that you all gave them the tailings of our ARPA dollars to the tune of just over $61,000 to help them shore up that facility and to order much-needed supplies, which kind of equates to about an 18% increase of from our contribution. I thought I'd mention that. Next, you've got 4 kind of community programs that have requested increases. I just wanted to quickly cover those. The Humane Society's increase is exclusively personnel and benefits associated with their services to the county. Compass, as you know, is a formula based on population. That's increasing population, so they've recalculated and they've asked for a 2.5% increase. Terry Riley Health Services, as you know, you have a contract with them to provide important, essential medical, mental health, medication management, counseling, and there are 4 positions associated with those duties and responsibilities from that contract. Some of them are at the Ada County Victim Services Center delivering those services. They have requested an increase of 7.6%, and that really has to do with personnel costs, and there was a change to their reimbursement rates that has them have to refigure, kind of keeping them whole to provide those services. And then you have Ada County City Emergency Management. We've asked for you set aside a pretty significant increase, and that is worst case scenario. We are still trying to figure out what's going to happen with the grants associated with Joe's operation out there. This is somewhat of a placeholder while we see if the dust settles. There's potential those come back. There's potential the state steps in. Joe is working all those trap lines and doing everything he can in his professional associations to make sure that we're held harmless. But this will keep Joe going, even in the event that our partners don't decide to kick in any additional funds. Talk for a moment about the public health levy. This goes to fund Central District Health. As you know, the state got out of the business, and you all caught the increase here. They're asking for a 3% increase, and this Central District Health, of course, operates in Elmore, Ada, Boise, and Valley counties, and you all pay the lion's share for that organization to do their business.
It's 90% of the property tax budget for them.
There we go. Next, the Veterans Memorial. This is a flat annual levy of $20,000. It goes to support the War Memorial in Meridian. This is a picture of it, actually. Not a very good one, sorry. Had to blow it up pretty big. But this is the Rock of Honor pictured in Kleiner Park in Meridian. And finally, we last year, with your guidance and cooperation and funds, did a water project. We wanted to find out that aquifer recharge that we were putting into Hubbard Reservoir, where it went and what it did, and whether it benefited the aquifers in that area. So Hubbard is pictured here. We had a presentation from Integral Consulting just a couple of weeks ago and found out that aquifer recharge substantially helps the wells in that area of the county. And that's an area of the county that, quite frankly, needs some help in terms of their their aquifer. So we're asking this year to set aside $50,000. The newly formed Idaho IWERI, the Idaho Water Resource Research Institute, which is nested at the Water Center over here. We're looking to do a project with them, probably aquifer recharge. We're also looking to partner with the Idaho Department of Water Resources. And so it is not yet clear what that will be. Commissioner Daly is involved in those discussions, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we have some clarity, probably in the fall. But we're asking at this point to set aside $50,000. We don't know what it's going to be. It might be substantially less than that. It could be more, and we have to have Idaho Department of Water Resources kick in some money, and they have some money to do that. So we'll be in touch, but that is a request.
Do we know the results of that organization that wanted to apply for a water right out of here?
Mr. Chair, yes, so the Boise Project Board of Control asked for a water right. That is still, there are a whole host of protesters. It is still not yet clear. They had a settlement conference about a week and a half ago, and the project didn't show up. So everybody else did, all the protesters. So we had to reschedule that. So I'm anticipating here in the next month, 6 weeks, we'll continue that. You know, that land where Hubbard is the Department of Lands. That's their property. They just license it to, or lease it to us for purposes of recreational access. They are probably the biggest opponent of this water right. So we're hopeful we can make some progress there. We were heartened to learn from our trip over to the Idaho Water Users Conference that the water right they applied for is just to transport water and put it in Hubbard. They would have to file some other water right, which would be contested. There would be hearings if they wanted to take any out. So that made us feel a little bit better.
Well, that's good, particularly now that the legislature added one more condition on the LUPA laws, that water is the 17th issue that has to be considered.
That's right. That's right. Commissioners, at this point, I'm going to turn it over to your communications manager. She's got some things to tell you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's just make sure. Yep. I am very happy to be here to talk about communications. Every year, we remind ourselves that if you are not telling your story, someone else will, and it will not be accurate and you won't like it. Our world right now is rife with misinformation, not just media-related misinformation. Often we ourselves are purveyors of inaccurate, misleading information when we talk to our friends and neighbors. In our current world, it is often easier just to repeat something that sounds zippy instead of delving in and finding out the facts. AI at this point is not a cure-all either. At this point, AI will tell you what you want to hear. So if I query Siri or use another AI tool and I ask it if I ask it, tell me why Rod Beck, Tom Daly, and Ryan Davidson are the most wonderful people in the world, it will tell me, it will provide information to support that statement. Is it true? Yes. In Ada County's mission statement, we pledge to be transparent. The only way for government to be transparent is to provide information to the public in an accessible manner. If we make it difficult for individuals and families to find information or to understand the information that we share, we're not being transparent. That is why you will see us using all available platforms to share information. Throughout the year, we provide images and stories to the taxpayers we serve about significant projects in Ada County. You'll recall the very successful Park at Expo Idaho groundbreaking and subsequent news coverage in December. We do this because everyone who lives, works, and visits Ada County deserves to know what projects the county is working on. Projects like the Park at Expo Idaho are very important to the public. We are transforming a property owned by Ada County, where they live. Everyone deserves to know about it and to be able to follow along as the completion date nears next December. When you think about the number of Ada County departments and offices involved in this project, it is a perfect example of why transparency is a must. That's one of the reasons we're producing monthly and bi-monthly progress videos. The transformation is of great interest to the public, and we are delivering. We are being transparent. A quick footnote here, we received more than 2,500 views on one of our latest videos. People, the people we work for, appreciate and want thorough, accurate, and timely information. On Ada County's YouTube, you can watch internally produced videos explaining programs like Drug Court, new and ongoing projects like the Park at Expo, Idaho, and services like mosquito abatement. You can watch public hearings, open business meetings, and budget presentations like this one. The content lives on forever and is an excellent transparency tool that can be referenced for years to come. The groundbreaking earlier this year for Boise Pro Soccer, whose official name, by the way, will be announced later this month, was another example of coordinating coverage so the entire community can be aware of this lease agreement signed between Ada County and Boise Pro Soccer. This is what it looks like now, kind of, and then that's the after picture. We are in most cases partners with local media. They are a conduit to the communities we serve. It is one of many ways we communicate to our public. While we may have occasional friction points with how various policies or issues are covered, we need them and they need us because their viewers deserve to know what's happening, and we are the source for accurate information, facts, figures, context, background, and explanations. That brings us to earned media. For those of us who have worked in the corporate world, in the media space, this is an incredibly important metric. If a 30-second news story about Ada County shows up just once on a 10 p.m. newscast, that's worth $600. Now add to that the morning shows, the noon shows, and the website, and you'll see how valuable coverage is. Several $1,000s per 30-second piece, and most of the pieces are much longer than that, usually about a minute, maybe a minute 30. These metrics can change based on the time of year, so coverage, for instance, in November is more valuable than coverage in June because more people are watching in November because people are inside more. Also keep in mind that a station like, for instance, KTVB reaches as far east as Burley and west as Vail, Oregon, so when we have news coverage, you are reaching a lot of eyeballs. The Ada County newsletter is another critically important example of a tool that we use for our external audience, and it allows everyone to be informed about programs and projects happening in our communities. We have thousands of readers, and the positive feedback we receive reinforces the fact that taxpayers want to stay informed. Our Ada County website gets 23 million hits a year. The first thing users see when they come to our page is important information about programs that affect their lives. As you know, coming up in August, later this summer, there's probably one of the biggest trials ever in Ada County going to be taking place. If you're a good reporter and you are from out of state or out of the country, as many reporters will be, one of the first things you're going to do is to Google Ada County. Where is this place that I'm going to cover this trial? What's it all about? If you Google Ada County and you look at and you come to our website, it is something to be incredibly proud of. Stephen O'Mara and his IT team do an outstanding job of making it very easy to navigate, and it's incredibly aesthetically pleasing. Also, if you want to do just an interesting exercise, Google or look at some of the other county web pages around the country. Travis County in Austin, Harris County in Houston, San Diego County. Look at their web pages or their websites, and then look at ours. You will be so impressed with how beautiful and helpful and user-friendly our website is, compared to other bigger counties around the country. So, our Ada County Facebook page has grown from 5,000 followers 3 years ago to more than 8,000 today. On Nextdoor, we reach more than 200,000 people with each post. Switching gears now, we've been hearing during these budget presentations about state-mandated programs and services Ada County must provide. While the Idaho legislature does not require us to do a newsletter or use social media platforms to reach our constituents, they are tools to ensure transparency and helpful, accurate information. To that end, the state of Idaho has created the Public Information Emergency Response Team, the PEER team. The PEER team was established in 1997 through Idaho executive orders. It is a statewide team comprised of Idaho State Agency public information officers and designated communications professionals. The PEER team's main purpose is to provide timely and accurate information to the public during major events or following a state disaster. During a major event or disaster in Ada County communicators would work with the PEER team to keep the public informed. So Ada County communications or public information officers, community outreach professionals, as well as training and education staff serve a critically important role in facilitating communication between Ada County departments, elected officials, and the public, ensuring government transparency and keeping the public informed. If you are providing a service or a program or doing something extraordinary and no one knows about it, what is its value? From social media platforms to news releases, news conferences, newsletters, inserts in mailers, and local government websites, those in the communications space work to ensure that you and your family know about important programs, initiatives, and events happening in Ada County. Thank you to everyone who serves in the public information, communications, community outreach, and training staff space for working collaboratively to ensure that we share reliable and consistent information with the taxpayers we serve. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions? Any
Okay.
questions? No?
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions for me? Any questions for me? Are you ready for Katie?
No, I don't have any questions. I don't think we're unless anybody else does.
I'll ask a question. So just regarding our community programs, well, actually, I want to talk about VRT because I don't know if that falls under community programs, but that's public transportation.
Yes, sir.
And, that's one that we kind of struggle with at the board level every year because we support public transportation. And I think that the bus is a great value to the citizens because you can get pretty far with just a small bus fare. The fact that we've got a route between Ada County and Canyon County, I think, is valuable. But every year we kind of struggle over the fact that the ridership is so low. And we kind of wonder, are we throwing money down a black hole? And every year we get asked for more money and then we generally don't give them as much as they ask for, but maybe you want to summarize and more for the public than anything, because especially I know now with all the other jurisdictions who participate in VRT, City of Nampa specifically is having these same discussions, but just kind of summarize the board's relationship with the public transportation issue.
Thank you, by the way. Let me bring that. Thank you for the question. Valley Regional Transit is tough. It's a little bit of chicken and egg, right? You need a transportation system. At some point, the population and the traffic get, bad enough to encourage people to use public transportation. And so I think we're in that area right now. This board, I think, has been very honest and open with Elaine Clegg, the executive director, and has asked her to focus her efforts not on serving everybody, because if you do everything, you don't maybe do everything well. So they've you all asked for the last couple of years that Valley Regional Transit focus on transit corridors and consistency and timing. And so Valley Regional Transit has tried to do that on major corridors where they have the bus coming every 15 minutes. And consequently, ridership's better on those routes. And so they've focused on that. I think they're going to continue to focus on that. But you're right. They do seem to kind of back into a budget number for us. This year they had somewhat of a different paradigm, but I do think they're trying to figure out how to cover their operations. And so they come up with kind of how they assess each of the partner agencies. And that doesn't necessarily drive your decision. but they've been responsive to your requests, and so, I put those percentages to you so you could decide for yourself how to fund them.
Okay, a large portion of their budget is federal funds. And the partners kick in some to sort of make up the balance. And they've been on a mission to electrify most of their vehicles. How do they have any idea how their federal funds are going to materialize next year?
Mr. Chair, thanks for the question. It's probably a better question for Commissioner Daley. But in our conversations, I am
He
understanding.
is on the board, yes.
I am understanding that the continuing resolution had their funding kind of held harmless, at least in the short term. But they have seemed to put a whole lot of eggs in the electrification basket, and they could be exposed a little bit in the event that the present administration decides that's not an important focus.
If Commissioner Daley would like to add something to it, you're welcome to it. He is on the board of ERT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Steve. Yes, as Steve mentioned, the continuing resolution that was passed earlier in the year did have not only their full funding, but it gave them some additional funding. They meaning Department of Transportation, public funding, public transportation around the country, including Idaho. But that is, as we all know, under discussion in terms of exactly how that's going to be implemented for not only this fiscal year, but the future. So they are looking like all of us, like we're exploring our budget directly in terms of what we're doing and how we're doing it and keeping it frugal. So transportation has to do the same thing, and they are.
Yes, and you're right. We have asked the VRT to produce a couple of routes that actually work better, and we haven't seen the results. I mean, I assume that they may be working a little better. I'm not sure. But on another matter, the Central District Health, our budget this year for Central District Health is a little over $5 million, as I recall. And that is established by law. We have no choice in the matter. It's the law says it's a formula, and Ada County pays that. It amounts to over 90% of their property tax budget. And we ask the director out there to give us an allocation of how much their budget is mandated by state law. Did you look at that, or did you have any? What percentage of the property tax budget that we give them is for mandated state services?
Mr. Chair, I have taken a summary look at that, and what strikes me is that the Central District Health has a number of core functions that are funded by, the county contributions. They also do a whole lot of contract work for the state to do things that the state it's technically their responsibility, and so they tend to not recover fully the cost of providing those services, and so they supplement those with county funds, and in this case, heavily with Ada County funds. So it's going to take some further analysis, but I think a discussion with Director Duke and potentially even the legislature next semester, or is it a semester? Sorry, my kids are in college, so everything's a semester. Next legislative session is
That's sort of a semester.
is probably worthwhile because there are a whole host of your funds going to do things that are, quite frankly, state obligations.
Well, and I'll just one, for instance, the state requires inspections of every restaurant. And our Central District Health inspects every restaurant in Ada Valley, Boise, and Elmore County. And the fee that we collect for those inspections are a fraction of the cost that actually occurs. And so because of the state mandate, a lot of the cost to inspect those establishments come from property taxes. Now, we've asked, and it hasn't met with kind adoration, to let us establish the fee that would fully pay for the cost of those inspections, and it would reduce the property taxes at least somewhat. But that's just some of the examples of a state mandate that we have to do that our property tax pays for.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. I think a conversation's appropriate after some additional analysis of what they sent us.
Absolutely. Well, I thank you. Any other questions for?
I'll ask about one more program we contribute to, and that's the Humane Society. And we give what maybe some people might think is a lot of money, but it's not for charities. We're not just doing it because we like animals. They operate the animal enforcement, code enforcement, and dangerous animals. And maybe you could just talk a little bit about how the Humane Society works in context of county government, along with the other cities, and then talk about the amounts that we pay and how we decide if that's a good value for the taxpayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Davidson. We have a contract with them to effectively be our, animal control officers, dog catcher, if you will. And most of the cities in Ada County do, not all, but most do. Even Garden City, after some commissioner-led discussions with Humane Society, use them for cats. But they really do serve as the one-stop shop. They do have kind of two books of business. One is the traditional Humane Society nonprofit that takes a lot of dogs and cats in and fixes them and then rehomes them. They do a lot of fundraising on that. The other side of the book of business is really animal control and responding to calls for service and dealing with aggressive dogs and barking dogs and those sorts of things. And we look at that contract regularly. There are a number of employees, I think 44 employees associated with that side of the business. And just like Ada County, they've got employee costs and benefit costs and those sorts of things. And this year, exclusively, those cost increases that they've passed on to us are for those employees. They're not adding. A couple of years ago, I think they added a new veterinarian. Turns out they aren't cheap. And so this year, it's just personnel costs. But, there is a tipping point in terms of, at what point would it take, would we be paying so much that we could replicate it for cheaper? And, we consult with the sheriff's office pretty regularly. They are effectively our point of contact for the Humane Society. And it would fall on them to do this work in the event that we decided not to do the Humane Society. And I have not gotten the signal from the sheriff that this is something that now would pencil to do ourselves.
Well, thank you for pointing that out with the collaboration that we have, because the Humane Society and the city you mentioned were at odds and wouldn't talk to each other. And we got them together, and they worked out an arrangement that both parties are happy with.
That's right.
I think it's great. Cooperation and collaboration is what works the best. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up on that, the VRT, as an example, and Allenby House, those are voluntary cooperation MOUs between the agencies and entities. VRT doesn't have a dedicated funding source from the taxpayers, so individually we contribute based on what we want to contribute individually, and that's the same thing with the Humane Society, some of the other cooperations that we have. ACCM is the same thing. We have an obligation to do it as a county, but we ask our other people through MOUs to cooperate with us and contribute to us. That's why we have that in our budget, is because we don't know how much they're going to do. We have an obligation there. We don't know whether they're going to help us with it or not, or how much, or what we're going to need. So those are the kind of dynamics in working together on all these things we're talking about that we have in our budget. But
And I believe that our employees that want to can get a pass and use because of our contribution, the county's contribution. I don't know how many does that, but I think it's a possibility.
Yes, that is correct. You could take your county badge out and jump on a bus.
I've never done that, but I'm sure it'd be fun. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
right, Mr. Chair, next up we have emergency management. Emergency management and community resilience is headed by Director Joe Lombardo and is under the administration of the Board of Ada County Commissioners. As a countywide agency, it is responsible for disaster mitigation, preparedness, and response and recovery activities in Ada County, with a primary goal to protect lives and property. Ada County Emergency Management and Community Resilience receives jurisdictional input and recommendations from the public, private, and non-governmental sectors via the Ada County Local Emergency Planning Committee on all hazards, emergency planning, training, and exercising. The Board of Ada County Commissioners also receives advice and recommendations on emergency management programs and systems from an executive council established pursuant to a joint powers agreement among 6 cities and the highway district within Ada County. So emergency management, as you know, is a self-supported fund, and currently they sit at revenue over expense by just over $7,000. And with that, I'd like to introduce Joe Lombardo.
Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our proposed budget for FY26. Apologize in advance if the voice doesn't cooperate. Allergy season is one of the hazards that we really can't do much about. But thanks to the clerk's office for helping us navigate the budget process. Sorry that our slides were a little late and we're the difficult ones that want to use Canva as its presentation software. But as Katie described, and from what you can see on this slide, we have a pretty vast mission space. It's pretty extensive. We coordinate, integrate all hazards, all threats, comprehensive emergency management. That term, comprehensive, is really important because it means prevention, protection, response, mitigation, and recovery, not just responding. It's the impetus for why years ago, why we changed our name from just emergency management to emergency management and community resilience. We didn't want to infer that we just sat idly by until disasters actually happened, and then we managed those emergencies as singular events in time. In fact, we are actually working all facets of capability building prior to incidents actually happening through a rather detailed and extensive process of planning, training, exercising, equipping, constantly evaluating our gaps and determining the best preparedness items to take forward, working with a really broad constituency of the whole community, first responders, non-governmental organizations, volunteers, private sector, and the like. So our value proposition, which I'm going to hit hopefully extensively in this presentation, as you can see from our budget line, when it comes to our operating budget, we are really flat. We are even reducing budget considerably from where we were decades ago. So our operating budget has not increased over this time, despite the fact that costs are increasing. Costs more to do stuff. Everyone's acutely aware of that. And we've taken on a much broader mission space. This is not your father's emergency management office if you've been with us for quite some time. As you can see, we have some pretty involved risk and hazard informed processes that we use to manage our resources as efficiently as we can. We have a pre-incident hazard mitigation program that I'm going to gratefully allow my Deputy Director, Kras Marusic, to talk about because it's really something of significance and importance. We've expanded our planning efforts and our operational role significantly. We do things now that we did not do in years previous. You'll see that by the extension and the growth of our emergency operations plans and the operational role that we take in our emergency operations center to help stabilize incidents and support the field level response. We have a progressive training and exercise program that continually increases in complexity and always finds new action items and ways for us to improve preparedness and resilience. And we are kind of victims of our own success when it comes to public education and outreach. It's a popular thing. Apparently, we're the cool kids. Folks want us to deliver a lot of public education and outreach engagements. So we were asked to talk a bit about our hurdles and our efficiencies. What are the challenges we face and how we overcome them? I think Steve set it up pretty nicely for us in that discussion. You know, as emergency managers, we live in a world of uncertainty and risk management. And we do fairly well, and we have comfort with those things when we're looking at physical hazards, right, or threats and hazards that may manifest into disasters. When we start getting into policy and budgetary things, it's a little bit out of our wheelhouse. So that's been kind of a challenge, trying to understand what the federal contribution to our budget will be in the coming year and the years to come after that. Every year, I think as we're all aware, we get a pretty good chunk of money from the federal government that provides for a lot of our office's operations. It's called the Emergency Management Performance Grant. We don't know what the funding levels will be for the coming year. Last year, we took a 9% haircut in that grant. We soldiered on. We figured out how to reset the funding levels appropriately and manage with a full budget. This year, we're kind of waiting to see what we're going to get, but we are managing conservatively, and I think we've come up with a decent estimate that gives us a path forward. We don't want to overshoot and take in more money than we need. We don't want to undershoot it and then find ourselves wanting more and having to come back for an extensive amount of contingency funds. But again, as I said before, whether you're a private sector entity, whether you're in an economics textbook, a factory that makes widgets, or whether you are a public sector office in government, when you increase the cost of the inputs to your production, you're going to have an increased budget. And that's kind of, we've been holding the line against with our operating budget. How we've overcome that, it's going to seem like a fairly glib answer, and I don't mean it to be, but there's no crying in baseball. We just work harder. If you look at that first bullet there, our mission's expanded. The staff that we have is held steady for decades now. We haven't increased the numbers of people that work for us, and we haven't increased our operating budget. We just work harder. We work overtime hours. We do not have an overtime budget. We don't get paid for overtime. We just get the job done to the extent it needs to get done. And I'm really fortunate to have a dedicated group of professionals that has the same esprit de corps and passion for the mission space that I do. And that's how we manage it. But I will be honest, we have reduced costs everywhere possible in our budget. And if you peruse the budget lines, I think you'll see that. We've set our training and education budget at zero. We don't need to go to conferences right now. We have training and education opportunities that can be made available to us by other means, but we don't do those sorts of personal development, conference type things for our team. We just don't have the resources, and we can find other uses of our time. We have cut, say, our vehicle maintenance, right? We took care of stuff we needed to last year with the fleet of 2 vehicles and a trailer that we have at our expanse. We could cut in other areas, but I'll be honest, we're really looking at orders of magnitude of tens or hundreds of dollars. So I feel like we've been really frugal with our budget, and I'll explain that when you look at the actual numbers. Our current year, we had an approved operating budget of $76,949. We've reduced that again in the coming year in our proposed budget for '26 to $73,530. I'd ask you to consider, though, that right off the top, we skimmed $30,000 from that budget and put it in a disaster contingency fund that we cannot touch unless there is an actual disaster or some sort of emergency that requires us to use it to stabilize the incident in the community. So in reality, our operating budget is around $43.5 thousand. Again, I'd ask you to consider that when you take into consideration basic stuff like just our paying our rent, it's another $16,000 or $17,000, and we're down in the 20s for what we pay for to operate our office. And I think that's a fairly good model. I don't know how many government offices or offices of any type that would be able to thrive on that sort of budgetary allotment, but we manage. Capital budget is zero. We don't really have stuff. Our personnel budget, again, we've come down quite a bit this year from last year. We were at $706,000.5 last year. We're at $672,412 this year. That cost savings is largely because we did not have to put contingency money in our budget for healthcare costs. So we were able to realize some savings right from the jump. So as we look at that budget request and what that gets us in terms of personnel, gives us a staff of 5 and 1 part-time employee that's paid for by a separate grant fund that we also hope will be available to us as those funding opportunities come out from the federal government and from FEMA. You get myself as a director, Crash Marusic, our deputy director, who I'm going to let speak in a little bit, who oversees our recovery, mitigation, and infrastructure protection efforts. Greg Stone is our planner extraordinaire. He oversees all of our operational plans. He's been very creative in infusing different technological advancements into our operations. Really good at building the relationships needed to make sure that the planning process results in things that are feasible, actionable, and realistic. Clayton Mehring, he's the reason why we're so popular in the public education and outreach domain. He leads all of those activities, public education, training, a great guy to stand at a booth and talk to people for hours at a time. But he also oversees anything in the educational realm for us. It's the training and exercising of our first responders and other members of the public, non-governmental organizations, private sector, and so forth. He's become quite good at leading challenging training and exercise opportunities and orienting those programs so that they're really addressing the gaps that we've identified. Lori Beck, who is here with us today, manages our office down to the penny. She oversees the finance for everything we do, from budgeting to grant management to any of our purchasing, to all of our expenditures that we have in the Emergency Operations Center as part of the finance section. And then there's Dennis Lawson. He's our part-time employee. He does support tech work for our communications equipment, oversees our ham radio cadre, auxiliary communications, and so forth. So I'm quite confident if you spoke to any of our customer base that have pretty glowing reviews of that team and all the work that we do. So big picture, our total budget request, we have a decrease in our 26 request down to 73.5 or so for the operating budget. Personnel comes in a bit lower at 672,412, and then our total request, as we saw earlier in the slides for FY26, decrease of almost $31,000 to $745,942. And that's the entirety of our budget request. Some specificity here from a jurisdictional perspective. Here's how that shakes out. Our estimated budget, again, is at $746,000. Ada County's piece of that is those top two lines you see in that chart as we move from FY25 to 26. So those two numbers are what we pay first for all of the citizens of Ada County, and then with an add-on specifically for those citizens that live in the unincorporated areas of Ada County. We come in at that estimate of $273,000. I think that's a little bit lower than what Steve just reported, so there may have been some legacy numbers that were in some of the earlier assessments. So just by walking up here, I saved you $20,000. So I hope that that's accounted for. The other jurisdictions you see in this chart, they pay a population-informed formula that determines, obviously, as you can see, Boise and Meridian pay a bit more than Garden City or Star. Highway District doesn't really have population. They have that flat fee for their infrastructure. So collectively, we have our payments at the county for that $746,000 as $273,000 or so that the county would be on the hook for. Our city partners have been made aware that we are asking for a total of $232,000 from them. And the residual funds, as you see in that pie chart, come from Homeland Security Emergency Management Grants. Excuse me, that 32%, that's a smaller piece of the pie there. We'll see what we actually have to deal with when those appropriations come out, when those funding opportunities are made available to us. And we'll work with the commission and I guess revisit any contingency approaches that we need to take. But for now, we feel like that's a conservative and defensible approach going forward. Other stuff that we were supposed to look at in our budget request, position requests, market adjustments, capital supplements, and so forth. We don't have any of that stuff. Those things do not exist in our world. What does exist, though, per Title 46, Chapter 10, is our office, per the State Disaster Preparedness Act. That means that every county in Idaho is statutorily obligated to maintain an emergency management agency, a disaster agency that oversees preparedness and response. So that would be us, per that state code, the requirement to maintain our office. So now I've talked a bit about our mission, our budgetary approach, but I want to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the work that we do. And you have the fortune or misfortune of having to sit in my executive committee meetings where we talk quite detailed about all of the projects that we want to pursue in training, exercising, and equipping. For the good of the order and folks that are here today, maybe we'll shine a little bit of light on our goals and what some of our priorities are going to be for the county over the next couple of years. By and large, anything that we put in front of you, anything that we discuss with you is really going to be rooted in one of three things or perhaps all three of the things. Everything is related to life safety, stabilization of an incident, or the protection of property or infrastructure. Whether it's a plan that we're getting approved and promulgated, whether it is a request to use grant funds for a new piece of equipment, or it's some policy issue that we need you to help us untangle and assess, it's really going to be to achieve objectives and goals related to those three sort of uber goals. Excuse me. That sort of rotating cycle that you see there is what we lovingly call the preparedness cycle. That's really how we orient everything we're doing. Everything kind of gets into that do loop and is made defensible. We do pursue that methodology, and I'll explain it in a minute of how that preparedness cycle works, where everything is defensible. Everything is set to some degree of measurable objective, and that in nature is what just makes us cost effective. It's what makes us not use resources unnecessarily. It makes us be defensible stewards of taxpayer funds. So no matter what it is that we're doing and what we're talking to you about, it is in that do loop of us continuously assessing our gaps, figuring out what needs to be assessed, figuring out what needs to be fixed, figuring out where our preparedness gaps are and what the prioritized action should be by looking at the various threats and hazards that we face and how we've performed in incidents, in real-world events, and in exercises. We write the appropriate emergency plans that guide those operations. We organize and equip ourselves appropriately to deliver those plans. We ensure that we train and exercise the competencies needed so that those plans can come to life, and then we start over again. And then we reassess and see how we've improved, how we've moved the needles on any of those capabilities. I would say at the federal level, this is really where emergency management has been lacking. And that's where the emergency management system, I can tell you as a former employee of FEMA, how they need to improve. We're now a few decades in the post 9/11 era where we've spent a lot of money in a lot of Homeland Security grants ostensibly for the purposes of improving our preparedness. As a nation, we are still challenged to say how prepared are we? How prepared do we need to be? What's the stuff we need to do to close the gap? We do not want Ada County to function in that regard. And I can kind of explain how we're doing that. We have a set of goals, and we're going to talk about those now that are a little more granular, that are really that last part of that trilogy I just spoke to. What do we need to do to close the gap? What should be our set of priorities here in Ada County to make us a more secure and resilient community? The first one we want to talk about is the prioritization of collaboration among government and non-governmental actors. We have to use the full capacity of resources at our disposal in Ada County, and that involves non-governmental groups, volunteer groups, citizens. It involves mitigation of threats and hazards before they happen. So what I'd like to do to start off the discussion of our more granular, our more specific goals that we have in place for the strategies that will guide Ada County emergency management and community resilience, have my Deputy Director, Crash Marusic, talk a little bit about some of the programs that he manages or that he's previously managed, the mitigation and the public education and outreach programs. Crash.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Big question always is, what is mitigation? A lot of different terms, you hear a lot of definitions, but in our case, what we're talking about is mitigation as the effort to reduce loss of life or property by lessening the impact of disasters. It is a constant cycle for us. We are constantly analyzing risk. We are constantly looking at ways to reduce risk, and we're constantly talking about how do we insure against risk. Our office works with 21 separate local governments to develop an Ada County multi-hazard mitigation plan. This plan looks at natural hazards, 8 major hazards of concern. We do a whole new risk analysis every 5 years. Of course, our community changes more rapidly than that, but we want to make sure we get all the infrastructure included, all the new houses included, any new analysis of like flooding or earthquake or wildfire that may have occurred in those 5 years. We incorporate all these things to develop a new risk analysis. We allow each of these 21 local governments then to rank those risks to those hazards, specifically to their geography, and then to develop very specific mitigation initiatives to try to reduce the risk to those hazards. An initiative could be a policy, it could be a land use change, it could be a project, maybe we're elevating a bridge or increasing the size of a culvert or seismically retrofitting an older building to ensure we're earthquake safe. These things we do in advance of a major event is cost savings to our community. It's what makes our community resilient. On a national average over the last 24 years, for every dollar you spend beforehand improving something, you save $6 on the back end. Whatever it is, that building, that infrastructure, it takes less damage because we thought about things in advance, we had this analysis in advance, and we decided to make changes in advance to make ourselves more resilient. So these are the actions we're taking as a community with our 21 separate local partners to make ourselves more resilient. But to be real honest with you, resilience starts at the individual level, at that household level. And Clayton Marion does an amazing job going out and talking to the public and providing programs. He's currently on a Ada County library tour. He's doing all the libraries in Ada County, doing 1-hour presentations, talking about how to be prepared as a family. Do you have an evacuation plan? Do you have a 72 or 96-hour kit? Do you have a family communication plan? Do you have an out-of-state contact so you can reach people and let them know you're okay when the bad event occurs? He also maintains our social media presence with Facebook, with X, out with Nextdoor also. He produces a monthly newsletter. All these things are on our webpage, and our webpage actually gets quite a few hits every month in itself, and it's a really rather thick section of the Ada County web presence, covering a wide variety of things. So we try to reach the public and get them prepared. When we talk about adding community resilience to our name, that is that second piece. What are we doing as a community with these larger mitigation projects? but what are we doing as individual households? And if we could convince everyone in Ada County to be just a little more prepared, they could take care of themselves for that first 72 to 96 hours, that takes huge amounts of pressure off the government so that we can attend to those life safety issues that may be occurring in other places. So that's a really big part of our mission as a community and then at the household level.
So I don't know anyone that has as deep and interesting an understanding of how the built environment interfaces with threats and hazards as Crash does. He's a big nerd. But in any event, I want to give him a little bit of shine and let him talk to some of the stuff that he does, because that's really where the next sort of generation of preparedness needs to be focused. That's where we've left a lot of points on the field when it comes to mitigation and engaging the community and capacity that we have available. So I talked before about plans and how we are faced with a growing spate of plans that we're expected to participate in the development of or help maintain. That means that there's a lot of collaboration that happens with partners from first responder agencies, critical infrastructure, and non-governmental organizations. So these plans are an important point of reference. Obviously, when you're in operations, you should be checking to see what the roles and responsibilities are and make sure that you're acting within the appropriate statutory authority, and it does have some degree of guideposts for what your operations are and procedures. But at the end of the day, there is a pretty tried and true maxim in the emergency management world that plans are nothing, planning is everything. It really is the relationship at the end of the day among the actors that have developed those plans that is critical to make sure that you have plans that are feasible, actionable, and realistic. And so that's the key takeaway here. Yeah, you see a lot of plans there. There's a lot of stuff in there that speak to the operations that we have to follow. And we've developed plans for the county's emergency operations center and at the city level for our partners for their city coordination centers. But there's a lot of different threats and hazards out there that we have worked with our partners to, as Crash likes to say, we just write down the smart things that people say, that smart people say. We don't claim ownership in a mission. We are very much generals without an army in that regard. We appeal to the enlightened self-interest of our partners to help elevate their mission and capture their words on paper for how things are going to have to unfold during a response. My cohorts around the state of Idaho, in other counties and at the state level, are probably tired of hearing me bang the table on this one, but I can't emphasize enough about how critical regional collaboration is going to be going forward in the state of Idaho. For our partners, for us, for the betterment of the region, to stabilize incidents and be able to respond to stuff that happens in Ada County, which is the most isolated urban metropolitan area in the lower 48 states. And I have to make that abundantly clear. It's going to be a while before any assistance can come our way. So we have to be realistic and account for that planning factor in what we're doing. Additionally, I'd say we're in a time when the FEMA support to local jurisdictions in the future is unclear. I think we're kind of at a watershed event where we're just going to learn now what FEMA's expectations are for itself and how it responds to disasters at the state and local level. I think we can anticipate that the thresholds will be raised a little bit before any disaster assistance comes our way, and the amount of assistance that's given pre-incident for hazard mitigation and preparedness activities probably be reduced as well going forward. So that said, it's probably even a bigger imperative than it has been in the past, and it's always been important that we start to engage in regional collaboration and coordination and encourage our partners to do otherwise. As you see from the graphics there on this screen, there's a number of different specialty teams or specialized capabilities where that has some special traction in meeting. Now, this isn't by any means the full array of those. There's other things that I think we have to get to regional collaboration and coordination around and start to think creatively. But this involves our SWAT teams and our special operation teams. We have 3 of them now in Ada County. I've gotten to work pretty closely now, with those teams, especially the SWAT team at the Ada County Sheriff's Office. It's incredible what those guys do. And we move heaven and earth whenever we can to help equip, train, and exercise those guys, because when we start hearing about some of the threats and hazards they face and potentially dangerous situations that they help diffuse and interdict, it is a priority capability. But it's not just the ability to equip and provide resources to those SWAT and special operations teams for those specialized operations. It's also just looking at the active threat response, active shooter response. How we get those unified teams of usually patrol officers, fire, and EMS folks to come together as a team, neutralize a threat at an active threat scene, and provide triage and treatment to folks that are in patients that are in the warm zone. You've seen several times the capability investments that we put forward in the Executive Council for pieces of equipment, for medical triage and treatment kits, the extensive training and exercise work that we do with this capability. We're in the process now of finalizing a training video series that took days and days to actually film, and we're now in the considerably lengthy process of editing the film. I have no desire to work in the film industry after this project, I can tell you that much. But again, critical activity that we want to support and we want to see elevated, and we want to make sure it has increased capacity for a regional footprint. Multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional incident management teams are things that we want to build as well. We're trying to build that here in Ada County, but also have it be deployable to other jurisdictions for all threats and hazards, but also a team that meets the specialized criteria to function as a response for wildland fire. I think we'll explain some context in a little while from the Valley Fire we faced last October, but that gave us an appreciation of the need to plus up that capability and explore incident management teams that can fight wildfires in our region. Then we have other specialty teams, stuff that Boise Fire is kind of the nucleus of, that they work with other organizations for. The regional hazmat team, the tech rescue team, again, you've seen capability investments that we've brought forward in partnership with those organizations that are addressing a significant capability gap and doing so at a significant cost savings. We purchased a water tender and we retrofitted it with Boise Fire so that it can deliver specialty firefighting foam for liquid hazmat fires. We acquired a box truck working with Boise Fire and the Idaho Office of Emergency Management at no cost that we're using grant funds to retrofit so it can be expedited and move out the door a lot quicker than a trailer apparatus would when that tech rescue team has to respond to a collapsed structure. I also want us to get to a point where we have a trained and experienced cadre that works in the Ada County Emergency Operations Center. Basically extend the training and the exercise experience to our partners in Ada County offices and departments, as well as other agencies in the community that can come fill that emergency operations center when we need to, but then also be deployed potentially to support other multi-agency coordination systems around the state. Crash and I have been trained and are experienced in working in the state's emergency operations center, the Idaho Response Center, and we've done that in the past for different types of responses. I think the last goal that's a little more granular that I'll throw out there, that is again very much tied and informed by the October Valley Fire, is we want to get better at disseminating protective action recommendations to the public under all hazard conditions that will involve the managed evacuation of an at-risk population. Currently, our dispatchers work within the current paradigms we have in our alert notification and warning plan, and they do a tremendous job working together, dispatch, first responders, to provide protective action recommendations to the public. The way that it currently operates is the responders note a hazard out there in the field, they draw a polygon around the expected area of impact, and then they work with dispatch to send targeted messages to folks within that assumed area. Where we want things to evolve, what we're seeing places like Hawaii and California, and I believe even Valley County has done this, come up with predetermined, pre-established evacuation zones. So the messaging and the operations are as simple as saying zones 6, 7, and 8, we want you to shelter in place. Zones 9 and 10, pre-evacuation, zone 11, evacuate now. I think that type of facileness and fluency will be critical for us to expedite operations and execute a response where we have a better appreciation of the capacity in the transportation infrastructure. We also want to work on the mass care and reception function a lot. Now, we have the Red Cross, and for things that don't have a high speed of onset, they are a fantastic organization. I'm a former Red Cross volunteer, been deployed with them during Hurricane Katrina. I know that that's an organization that can work to set up cots and serve meals and provide wraparound services when needed. We have to be ready for those immediate no-notice events where we're going to take an intake of people that are leaving a hazardous area. We did that during the mall shooting. We opened up a section of the sheriff's office and we started to take folks in as a family reception, family assistance center so that folks could be safe for a little bit. We could start to assess what the needs might be before we send them back into the world. I think we learned a lesson from Hurricane Katrina. You can evacuate a lot of people, but if you don't really have a plan for where they end up, I think you create a disaster within a disaster. We're working with our plans, training, and exercising to avoid stuff like that. So real quickly, before I exit stage, talk a little bit about the Valley Fire on October 4th of this past year. I think it's important to note that we performed exceedingly well in that. The city of Boise performed exceptionally well. We had a great partnership with them. They have a first-rate emergency management office, and the working relationship between us and our partner cities is as good as it could possibly be. So I'm incredibly proud of the dedicated team that functions as a single program office when it needs to. But the prime example from last year elucidates a lot of the value in providing preparedness activities pre-incident. As again, you see that preparedness cycle there. Before that incident happened, we spent a lot of time developing plans and procedures that were put to good use during the Valley Fire. Talked about that Family Assistance Center concept. We had that plan that we had dusted off and had ready to go. We had the alert, warning, and evacuation annex that we had spent a lot of time formalizing with our responders and dispatch. So we used that to give people protective action recommendations throughout that incident. And we were just talking about Valley Regional Transit. As you all recall, you signed a memorandum of understanding with them to provide their assets for use during evacuation and sheltering. That was really important because they're on Warm Springs Avenue. We have an assisted living, I think senior living kind of community, and we needed a solution if we had to move those folks in a hurry. So we had that hip pocket memorandum of understanding with Valley Regional Transit that spoke to any of the liabilities, costs, et cetera, and so forth, and we were going to have to activate that. Fortunately, we didn't come close to having to, but had the situation deteriorated, we wanted to have that queued up and ready to go. Organizing and equipping, the other part there in the preparedness cycle that you see, again, last summer, we had a lot of fire starts and incidents that required us to spin up the Emergency Operations Center and strengthen our partnerships with the city-level organizations we work with and the Highway District. Again, the city of Boise has an incredible emergency manager in Rachel Holford. Working with her, she made sure that our two teams were joined together at the hip, and we created an environment where we functioned as a single program office from the jump. Idaho Power, as you all know, they consistently coordinate with us regarding the status of their infrastructure. They recently briefed us on their public safety power shutoff program, the mitigation actions that they take during all threats, all hazards type incidents. We are acutely aware of the status of the infrastructure due to our connectivity to them and how that public safety power shutoff program works. Central District Health also got us educated and prepared on their Empower program. That's a program that lets us know who the medically vulnerable population might be in an area of potential impact, so we would know how to position response. As far as equipment goes, we put our grants to good use by purchasing the alert and notification system that dispatch uses, the Code Red system, to communicate with the public. We had a notification and information sharing tool called ReadyOp that we used among ourselves in the Emergency Operations Center to immediately notify people that it was time to get to our battle stations, time to start running the Emergency Operations Center, time to start the coordination meetings and the battle rhythm, and to start the shared situational awareness. And as I talked about earlier with the Family Assistance Center, Greg from our office had a fantastic concept, the FAC in a box, the Family Assistance Center. Those Rubbermaid containers that we've got everything that we need to start doing intake in a moment's notice. You know, all of the tablets, the QR codes, paperwork, amenities, signage, so that we can direct people somewhere. And we just at the very least can put a bare bones intake in place so we start understanding the degree of problem statement we're facing from that hazard. Obviously, before incidents happen, we do a lot of training, exercising, and evaluation. We had multiple discussion-based exercises with our city partners on public alerting and evacuation prior to the Valley Fire. We even supported the city of Boise in an operations-based exercise that they put on that tested our plan and evacuated Warm Springs Mesa pretty fortuitously. That was pretty close to the October 4th Valley Fire. So we had a lot of fresh lessons learned there. We don't only look at exercises, but also real-world events. We had a couple of incidents that we had gleaned some action items and lessons learned from, and we put those to play, not just in the Valley Fire, but any operation that takes place now. And we also have a pretty novel situation where we're partnering with Boise State on a series of evacuation exercises that'll help us understand public reactions to and the perceptions of emergency alerts and notifications. And that's really an important part of it. You know, Elizabeth talks a lot about communication. You have to be succinct and clear in what you want to communicate to the public and the actions you want them to take during a disaster. So that'll be some insights there that we will use. So when all was said and done, when it was time to respond, all those activities in advance of the Valley Fire put us well positioned to initiate a response. We activated the Emergency Operations Center. We put out coordinated information through the Joint Information System. We were there at a school that City of Boise had secured on Warm Springs to open the Family Assistance Center. We had the signage, as you see in the picture, we had the check-in. We were ready for any potential evacuees that would come to that site. And we used Ready, Set, Go probably in the most advanced manner during that incident. That is the new paradigm that we're going with, kind of the national standard for communicating with the public with evacuations. Gives you succinct actions and I think a lack of ambiguity when you want to tell people what to do when they're getting ready to evacuate. You're either pre-evacuated, you're in that ready, you're in the set stage, or it is an unambiguous go. Time to leave, time to put into play all of the steps that you took right now. So that's just one example. As you well know, I could go on considerably. I could probably fill your whole week with stories of the preparedness activities, the partnerships, the capabilities that we're building. I would encourage you, I know you have a lot of folks from the community reach out to you that want to know about emergency management or want to get involved. Send them our way. I mean, we can talk, we can work with them. We're very excited to make folks understand our value proposition. And as Elizabeth just said, I'm going to quote her again, you tell your story or someone else is going to tell it for you. And as you can tell, we like to tell our story. So once again, our proposed budget for FY26 comes in at about $31,000 or so less than last year, and we'd be happy to stand for any questions regarding our budget.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
No questions, but just thank you. Thank you for what you do. And you do one of the things that we don't focus on properly until we need it. And so you've helped us do that. You help us do that. And especially help us in terms of our budget, focusing on what we have, what we do with what we have, and that's what you're helping us do, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions? Do you have a question? Yeah, go ahead.
The coroner's office is requesting a new position related to emergency management in their office. Can you talk about how that would fit in with your department and what the relationship is between the two agencies?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, our coroner's office is a really trusted and valued partner, and they've actually, excuse me, they're one of the agencies that understands emergency management probably as well as anybody, because we've done extended stuff with them before. During COVID, we put really emergency operations in place with them and partnered with them. So they understand the mission area, and they're a valued partner in probably most of our operational things, because we do have to account for at least fatalities and the possibility of them and how we stage to an increasing degree now, coroners folks in the staging area for a response. In the past, we have done mass fatality exercises for them. We have worked with them on certain training items and identified equipment. Here's the way that I think it would entail some additional discussion with their office, because I'd love to see what their prospective planning is, and we would readily incorporate anything they're doing into our emergency management team. Our emergency operations plan has an emergency support function for public health and emergency medical response, of which the coroner's office is a significant part. So they're already hardwired to us, and we would be able to work with them in whatever capacity, however they reorganize or augment their staff. When it comes to whether or not or how that function connects with us, the way I look at it is we do a lot of training and exercising and preparedness activities with the fire department, but we don't really do much with structural fires, right? Or vehicle extrications or getting ducks out of storm drains or other stuff that fire departments do. We work a lot with law enforcement, but we don't really deal with high-speed chases or interrogation of suspects or things like that. We work with paramedics quite a bit, but we don't really deal with how they might respond to a drug overdose or something like that. So I guess what I'm saying in a long-winded way is there may be very granular things that aren't really related to a multi-agency, multi-jurisdictional response that could have value for what they're proposing and what they want to do. But I would say in any situation, they're a valued partner, whatever their staff looks like, or however they're positioning themselves, or however they're working into the emergency management mission space, we will partner with them and gladly continue to work with them.
Just so the public kind of understands your department better, can you just summarize some of the emergencies you've worked on over the last several years?
Sure. There's one that I don't like to speak about that started in about 2020 and went for a couple of years, and it was public health related. That was, I would say, I mean, I've worked personally in my career, 9/11, Hurricane Katrina. COVID was the most challenging thing that our office was involved in because it spoke to our need to be that general without an army. We had no authority to make anybody do anything, and there were varying perceptions about what was happening and what was needed to do. So to find that common operational tempo, to find that common cause in our objectives was something that we struggled with, but we did it for years. And so we continually looked at the cascading effects of that. We stood up. Basically, every day we were working during COVID to figure out what's the impact, what do we need to resource for people, what are the creative solutions we need to bring to bear. Flooding is a yearly thing for us. Every spring we set up spring coordination meetings for flooding. And we're watching the snowpack and we're looking at the weather forecasts and we're trying to see what the irrigators might need and we're looking at the flows of the river. And we managed pretty well this year. In years past, we were not so lucky. We had as much as, I think, 150% of snowpack, probably even more. And that resulted in some significant flooding. And we were in emergency operations for 100 days during the Snowmageddon, Floodmageddon season. And again, that was pretty much anything you could think of, from moving the Plantation Island Bridge so it didn't become dislodged and pose a threat to people or property, managing the flood response, setting up flood control measures, monitoring a gravel pit to make sure that a pit capture didn't happen and then water would go towards the water treatment center and flood a lot of the jurisdictions, Garden City, Eagle, watching the head of Eagle Island, constantly monitoring public safety and what people were doing, telling them not to go into the river or play on the flood barriers that we had put up. So again, multi-jurisdictional, multi-agency response that we were the general without an army for, but we led a lot of folks into an orchestrated response. And then afterwards led the recovery effort and got everybody together for those sessions and those seminars where they spoke to FEMA about what was broken and what needed to get fixed. The structural collapse at the airport. And we were stood up and we coordinated with dispatch to figure out how to send resources, coordinate with OSHA on what was needed and the guidance that had to happen, facilitating where we can for any incident, the after action reviews, even for incidents that aren't exactly ours. We're so good at doing, I'm not trying to brag here, after action reporting. Anytime something significant happens, whether it's our county or elsewhere, the bus rollover that happened en route to Horse Thieves, we were brought in to facilitate the after action conference for that event. And we stood up during that incident because it happened in a dead zone. And we didn't know exactly what the extent of the incident was. We couldn't communicate as well with responders in the field. And although it was happening out of jurisdiction, it was largely people from Ada County and the Treasure Valley. So we were stood up to assist with the family reunification, messaging, coordination among the hospitals, and so forth. Any active shooter incident that happens, again, we stand up immediately in anticipation that it could be worse than it actually is. But even just the preparation for that, all the moving parts that go into an orchestrated response, I hope that that day never happens, but we're doing everything we can to be optimally prepared for it. And, I always tease Commissioner Daley, when the Mormon crickets come, he's going to be the incident commander due to his background in agriculture. And I have a seat at the table and a vest all set for him. But seriously, all threats, all hazards means exactly that. We help organize chaos into digestible chunks, set up a battle rhythm, and parse everything out into succinct operational units when it's time to respond to something. So again, I could go on and on about the types of things where we stand up, we monitor. If it's not a thing, we make sure the incident is stable, but we spend so much time preparing for things and training, exercising, and equipping.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Joe. Appreciate your work you do for the county.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Katie?
All right, next up, we have Development Services. Development Services is headed by Director Richard Beck, and it has 5 divisions. The Administrative Division oversees departmental functions and supports county and regional projects and efforts such as capital investment program administration. The Building Division ensures that building plans and structures provide a minimum level of safety, health and welfare, and conformance with international building and residential codes. The Community Planning Division reviews development proposals for compliance with the county's zoning ordinance and the Local Land Use Planning Act, participates in a variety of regional planning initiatives, and implements Ada County's comprehensive plan. The Engineering and Surveying Division reviews and certifies all subdivision and condominium plats throughout Ada County's cities and unincorporated areas, while also handling preliminary plats, drainage plans, private roads, hillside developments, floodplain permits, grading permits, and property boundary adjustments within unincorporated areas. The permitting division receives applications from the public, answers questions, and assists applicants with submittals, issues permits, and provides responsive to public records requests. Development Services budget is down this year from last year by $80,000, and they are not asking for any supplementals. They do have 9 salary adjustments, but they net out for a negative $117. And I'd like to introduce Richard Beck. Oops. Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to present our FY26 budget request. I also want to thank you for your continued support of the successful operation of the county's Development Services Department. I want to thank the Clerk's Office, Human Resources, and IT also for their patience, but for their exceptional assistance with the preparation of our budget request this year. And I don't have a lot of information. I'm going to just highlight some of the successful efforts that we continue to make internally in Development Services and wrap up just by highlighting our specific budget, our CIP request, and then focus on the mandated services. So last year, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I mentioned that we were updating our mission, vision, and values statements. And thanks to Bethany and her team, Sean Miller and Josh Nelson, we were able to do so. Our new guiding vision in Development Services is serving to build community, which allows us to focus on our desire to serve, focus on the built environment, and also allows us to support the development and retention of the exceptional community that we enjoy here in the Valley. And then our new values are contagious customer service, people over projects, trust is our foundation, safe today, strong tomorrow. And with these new vision statement and new values as a foundation, we are currently in the middle of updating the Development Services Strategic Plan. This will help us ensure that we don't neglect ourselves as an organization as we continue to fulfill our core duties and services. And I just want to read the second value there. We prioritize the well-being and growth of our people over tasks, people who are valued, supported, and feel at home, people who choose to stay, grow, and deliver their best work. So primary focus in Development Services is on one of the most essential assets or essential elements to the success of our department and most valuable asset, which is our exceptional employees and team members. We continue to make it a priority to invest in the development and the sustaining of our office culture, to support external training and educational opportunities, and to continue to expand our internal cross-training program, which we implemented in FY24. I'd just like to personally thank the Development Services team. It's both an honor and a privilege to be able to work alongside such talented and, I guess, dedicated professionals. I've learned so much from each of them, and their commitment to public service is inspiring. We are also continuing to leverage social media and in-person events, gatherings to engage and connect with the broader community and the public. I think a recent example of success is with our effort to update the county's zoning ordinance. As you're aware, this project has been going on for a few years. And as we reached the what I thought would be the finish line, we realized there were a lot of community members who weren't really familiar with what we were up to. So Leon and his team hit the pause button, probably reluctantly, and held a series of community outreach meetings. We're able to kind of convey a little bit more clearly what the effort was all about, to receive feedback, make some minor course corrections, and I think successfully resolve a lot of concerns. And this effort's going to be coming back before you on July 30th. Even though there'll probably still be a room full of interested individuals, hopefully there'll be a few less people there to testify. Also, as part of the community outreach efforts, we were honored to participate in the successful Tobin Bolter Memorial Kids Duathlon held last year at the Ada Eagle Bike Park. It was inspiring to see essentially every single office, county office, and department represented. The volunteer efforts were instrumental in the event's success, and I also want to extend our sincere appreciation to you, Mr. Chairman, and commissioners, and other elected officials for your support as well. Planning is underway presently for the 9th annual duathlon, which will be held on Saturday, September 13th. And we have a new partnership with the Treasure Valley YMCA and actually anticipate potentially up to 750 young participants this time. And over the past year, we've also continued to provide support whenever possible to projects and initiatives led by other county offices and departments. One example includes staff assisting Expo Idaho by providing engineered construction drawings and structural calcs for a new shade sail cover at one of the Expo outdoor stages. And as Steve mentioned we had the opportunity to collaborate with your office and Parks and Procurement on installing groundwater monitoring wells out at the Hubbard Reservoir. The wells provided real-time measurement and reporting capabilities. And in addition to the groundwater modeling that was already mentioned, our engineering staff is integrating the consultant's findings with the on-the-ground well data and is going to be providing a final report that should be ready in the coming weeks. And beyond these examples, team also supported a number of other efforts, including projects with Parks and Waterways, Expo Idaho Operations, Prosecutor's Office, and out at Barber Dam, as well as water resource initiatives like the county's ongoing water summits. And finally, this past year, our Historic Preservation Council remained active and issued their annual Making History Award to archaeologist and historical researcher Claudia Dross, who is one of the founders of the Dry Creek Historical Society and has been instrumental in preserving and in listing the Schick Ostalasa farmstead near Hidden Springs on the National Register of Historic Places. Council also issued the annual Ada County Treasure Award to the Meridian Speedway, which is also listed on the National Register. And I'm just always impressed by the many community members who are willing to come out and share their time and their skill on these various boards that we have a chance to work with. We've got the Preservation Council, our Planning and Zoning Commission, Building Board of Appeals, Impact Fee Advisory Committee, and the soon-to-be Agricultural Protection Area Commission. And I did notice there are some vacant seats on some of these groups. So if anyone living in Ada County who may be interested in serving, I'd recommend they visit the volunteer board page under the I Want To menu on the county's main website. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll transition to our budget requests. Each year we have the challenge in trying to attempt to predict what the market's going to do, given how the building permits really affect our operations and our budget. And looking just at the market in general, just seeing a lot of scenes, it's not very clear what to expect. We know that there are some unmet needs, some shortages, especially when it comes to affordability for people looking for their first home. There's some uncertainty when it comes to funding, as you've already heard about, as well as supply chains when it comes to tariffs. At the same time, we're hearing some indicators of some interest, potential casino within the county or close to the county, as well as interest by some large projects still remaining in the county as well. So an unclear picture as far as what the market's going to do. I do like to look at MLS data from the Boise Regional Realtors. On the slide is a comparison of April 2024 to April 2025, and essentially it shows almost the same thing. Very little deviation, just a flat numbers. And our own building permit data essentially tells the same story. The last 3 years, we've just had a steady rate of building permits as well. And then looking a little bit further out at our permits and applications in general, we remain busy, but there aren't any specific areas that I was able to identify that would be a signal like we've seen in the past of any kind of strong deviation or change upcoming. So with that as a background, this is our development services request this year. We've got a budget request of just under $3.9 million with personnel just under 3.6 and an operating of just over 288,000. It looks like we put about $80,000 back to the general fund, projected revenue of 2.262, and ultimately calling for about $1.6 million to fund the department. Got FY25 numbers for reference, but I did want to mention what's not included. We have no requests for new positions, no supplementals. We do have one vacant position that's a result of a retirement. We plan on reclassifying or converting this position into somebody who focuses on water concerns to help relieve our Port County engineer, who's been doing his best to wear multiple hats. But again, this position will be primarily focused on anything related to water to make sure the county is positioned to be at the table for any kind of conversations or any decisions that are made related to water in general. And then we do have, I think as Katie mentioned, we have 5 market rate adjustments based on recommendations from Human Resources, and I think there's 3 special salary adjustments that are conditional pay increases should employees be able to secure International Code Council certifications. So all those are covered within the budget request. Ultimately, as in years past though, when it comes to wage increases, we are wholly relying on the application of merit and COLA when it comes to development services staff. Also not included any new vehicles. We appreciate your support of Director Perkins standing up the fleet management program. We were able to take delivery of a replacement vehicle this year and look forward to working with Bob and Ken on seeing if one of our inspector vehicles qualifies for replacement next fiscal year. We're also able to avoid having to include funding for various consultants. As I mentioned at the outset, Bethany's team helped us kind of jumpstart our strategic plan update, which we're going to wrap up ourselves rather than bring on a consultant. Steve O'Meara's team is helping us create an online web portal for our clients to be able to submit applications electronically and pay for applications, again, rather than getting a third-party solution. We appreciate Prosecutor Bennett's and Heather's civil team. We find ourselves needing legal advice quite often, so we bug them a lot and appreciate their assistance. We also review a lot of land records, title documents, deeds, and occasionally hit a roadblock or a mystery, and it's very beneficial for us to be able to go down to the recorder's office, to Heather Luther's team, and ask for assistance there. And then, of course, appreciate Sheriff Clifford's support of the direct, I guess, in the field enforcement of our zoning ordinance and building codes. I just thought it'd be worth pointing out that we see a lot of, I think, potential savings given that intra-office and department coordination and assistance that seems to be an increasing occurrence in the county. And then just lastly, I'll just touch on our CIP request, which also kind of introduces our state code mandates. We do have the request, an EOE request to update the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. Again, Idaho code requires us to exercise the powers conferred by the Local Land Use Planning Act, which in turn requires us to engage in comprehensive planning and regularly update that plan. We adopted the current plan in 2016 with a 10-year time horizon, so it is really time to start thinking about that process. We had a $250,000 EOE request for a consultant. Just listening to the budget presentations, though, I will say that if that $250,000 could be applied or is needed elsewhere, I think if the effort to update the comp plan was delayed a year or two, we could probably still survive, but it is definitely time to consider updating that plan. And other statutory requirements, in addition to comp planning, we are required to adopt and enforce zoning and subdivision ordinances, verify subdivision and condominium plats, adopt and enforce building codes, manage floodplain development, fulfill public records requests, manage city impact areas, and accommodate agricultural protection areas. In our unscientific analysis, we anticipate that about 75% of what our office takes care of and what we do is related to these mandates, and 75% of our requested budget is just over $2.9 million. And that is all I have, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, appreciate the time. On behalf of the Smiling Faces, on the screen and Development Services. I respectfully submit our budget request for your consideration and be happy to attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Who's that stick figure in the middle?
That would be the water guru.
Okay. All right. Any questions? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And the water guru has a smile on his face, so that's good.
Yes, he does.
His or her face. Just a question that I've asked others as well. In terms of how often do you review your income component, in other words, your charges for the fees? Are we keeping up with that in terms of the fees we charge?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daly, it is something that we look at. I think it was a few years ago, we actually had a political candidate during the public open house bring that up. And we did do our own analysis of our fee schedule and how we compare to all the other jurisdictions in the valley, and found that we were on par with the charges that other jurisdictions are implementing or using as well. We recently, anticipating the need to come to you with a budget resolution, or I should say a fee resolution, in conjunction with our new zoning ordinance, we looked at it again, and we probably will make some small minor adjustments. We always just have that dilemma of, balancing the need for increases without harming the residential market and increasing the costs for homeowners. But it is something that we're looking at actively right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You have a question? Go ahead.
Did you identify anything you're doing that's not statutorily authorized?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, one of the interesting ones is our building code, or building ordinances. I think state code technically says they're optional, but if we didn't enforce them, then the state's going to do it for us. So there was that aspect, and then we've got a lot of administrative services that we provide. People will come in and just ask us questions, and a lot of different admin things that we do.
Question about code enforcement. How do you think we compare with number of cases to other jurisdictions or cities? I feel like we don't get too many code enforcement serious issues, but do you know what we are compared to the cities?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davison, I don't know what the city numbers look like. I know we get a lot of interesting things out in the rural areas where folks think it's a free for all, but I don't have that data.
I do appreciate we work to try to correct the code enforcement issues without going to court immediately. I'd say we kind of have a light touch. We don't go in and immediately cite people. We try to get them in compliance. And so I do appreciate your department, when violations are discovered, you immediately start working with them to go through the correct process to get those fixed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Appreciate your office's work. We work with you a lot, and we'll be seeing you later tonight, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair, we are scheduled to take a quick break at this time.
Okay.
Would you like to be back here at 11?
All right, we can do that. We'll take a short break. We'll be back at, did you say? Yeah, 11 o'clock. We're in recess. The Board of Commissioners in session. Go ahead, Katie.
All right.
All right, get on record. You're on the record. Now we're on record. Go ahead, Katie.
Next up, we have the Sheriff's Office. The Ada County Sheriff's Office is Idaho's largest and most comprehensive law enforcement agency, delivering critical public safety services across every corner of the county. Under leadership of Sheriff Matthew Clifford, the agency oversees both the Sheriff's Office and the Emergency Communications Fund, with a combined 884 authorized positions serving a rapidly growing population. Organized into 5 core bureaus, the Sheriff's Office operates as a single unified team with one clear mission: to make Ada County a safer place to live, work, and play. Jail Services manages the state's largest and most secure jail facility, housing up to 1,116 individuals and providing around-the-clock secure facility in addition to medical care, food service, and laundry operations. Court Services runs a wide array of supervision and support programs, including misdemeanor probation, pretrial services, court security, inmate transports, civil process, alternative sentencing, and the Community Transition Center. It also oversees agency training and readiness. Police Services provides direct patrol coverage for all unincorporated areas and the contract cities of Eagle, Cuna, and Star, safeguarding 1,060 square miles and more than 3,000 miles of roadway. The Bureau includes forensics, major crime detectives, canine, SWAT, school resource officers, victim services, and more. Administrative Services supports the business and operation of the entire agency through HR, finance, records, business systems, data analytics, property and evidence, fleet management, driver's license, concealed weapons services, and community engagement and information. Emergency Communications operates the county's state-of-the-art 911 dispatch center, coordinating emergency response across law enforcement, fire, and EMS for every jurisdiction in Ada County. In addition to the general fund, the Emergency Communications Fund provides dedicated support for 911 services through a $1 per line monthly surcharge approved by voters. This fund helps sustain critical infrastructure and supports 12 dispatch-related technical positions. Where am I? The Sheriff's Office budget as submitted is $3.1 million over their allocation. They're requesting $868,000 in personnel supplemental and 10 operating supplementals for a total of $2.2 million and 1 personnel lump sum for $13,000 with a total supplemental request of $3.1 million. The Emergency Communications Fund is self-supported. They're requesting the use of $3.2 million in fund balance, 1 salary adjustment that is within their budget. And with that, I will turn the time over to Sheriff Matthew Clifford. If I can figure this out. Oops. Oh, I'm gonna make this full screen. There we go.
Thank you. Welcome to the meeting, Sheriff. We are looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. Good morning, and it is my honor to stand before you today on behalf of the dedicated men and women of the Ada County Sheriff's Office, professionals who work every day to ensure Ada County remains one of the safest places to live, work, and play. I will say that this is probably going to be the lengthier of the actual presentation because we are a large, complicated agency, and I squeezed in as much as I could. It seems like things have been rolling pretty well with keeping questions to the end. I'd ask that maybe you do that for me as well.
You take all the time you need.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, Joe Lombardo stole my wind, but I'd like to say the same thing I did last year with Elizabeth saying, this is long because we want to tell our story, and if we don't, someone else will, and it will be inaccurate, and we won't like it. So I always appreciate when she says that every year. I've served in this organization for nearly 25 years across multiple divisions, and I'm still struck by how often our team impacts the lives of county residents. Whether it's dispatching emergency calls, patrolling our roads, booking individuals into jail, or issuing driver's licenses, the Ada County Sheriff's Office is the most visible and accessible arm of county government. Just last year alone, our employees logged over 1.5 million hours serving our community. Our dispatch center processed nearly 470,000 calls. Patrol deputies responded to 28,229 calls from unincorporated areas. Jail staff completed 10,742 bookings, and our driver's license team processed nearly 224,000 transactions. These numbers represent more than just workload. They reflect our commitment to public service. You can find additional data in our annual citizen-centric report, which was once again honored with a Certificate of Excellence by the Association of Government Accountants. Over the past year, we've also implemented a full rebuild of our agency's strategic plan, the first since 2011. The new plan is more than a document. It's a blueprint for how we'll meet the law enforcement needs of a growing county. It focuses on community safety and engagement, workforce wellness, staffing and infrastructure, and technology enhancements. This was a collaborative process, and the resulting plan will guide our budget priorities, our operations, and our focus moving forward. As part of our strategic planning overhaul, we revisited the core of our identity, our vision, mission, and values. After thoughtful discussion and input from across the agency, we made the decision to update our vision to better reflect the modern challenges we face and the leadership role we aim to hold in this region. What didn't change was our mission or values, because those still speak clearly to who we are. Our commitment to dedication, integrity, service, and attitude remains our foundation. The updated vision gives us a forward-facing anchor, one that aligns with how we show up today and how we intend to lead into the future. As requested, we conducted a comprehensive review of all services provided by the Ada County Sheriff's Office to determine which are mandated by law. Our legal team led this analysis, reviewing every operational line item and identifying the statute, rule, or legal obligation that compels the service. And the result is clear. 100% of our operational responsibilities are statutorily required, supported by a total of 71 individual statutes, codes, and rules identified here as governing the work we do across every division, including patrol, detention, court security, dispatch, jail alternatives, and civil services. These are not optional programs. They are core government functions that the Sheriff's Office is legally required to provide. And we're happy to make available a document that outlines every statute by division, providing a full legal reference for all components to our operation, but we don't have time for that right now. Before we look forward, it's important to reflect on how last year's investments have already started delivering results. Of the 26 positions we received in last year's budget, 24 of them have been filled. Each of these positions helps us respond to the growing needs of our community. In fiscal year 24, the Sheriff's Office recorded a total turnover rate of 8.3%, the lowest we've seen in more than 10 years and well below the countywide 5-year average of 15.7%. With an average workforce in fiscal 24 of 884 employees, our turnover rate reflects organizational stability and effective retention strategies, especially given the current labor market and demands on public safety staff. Our largest areas of turnover were in support roles, such as law enforcement records techs and food service officers. This highlights the continued need for competitive compensation, career pathways, and targeted support across all job applications. Last year, we were approved for 2 new automotive technician positions to strengthen our fleet services team, a vital investment for an operation that now manages more than 350 assets. Maintaining a fleet of this size isn't just about oil changes and tire rotations. It's about making sure our deputies have reliable equipment ready when they need it. While our new techs are still completing their training, their impact is already being felt across the agency. Our shop is now operational 7 days a week, which allows us to complete preventative maintenance and emergency repairs more quickly. That means less downtime, faster redeployment, and fewer disruptions to field operations. At any given time, we now have 2 or 3 new vehicles being built simultaneously, allowing us to place our most advanced mission-ready equipment into service faster than ever before. These efficiencies translate into better use of taxpayer dollars, improved officer safety, and higher service reliability across every corner of the county. From the moment a position is approved, it takes approximately 8 months to move a new deputy through recruitment, background investigation, academy instruction, and certification before they're even ready to stand post. That long ramp-up time makes it critical that we stay ahead of staffing demands and not react to them. Our newest group of deputies, which were requested last year, have officially completed the academy and are now entering the field training phase in our jail, community transition center, and patrol operations. Each one represents a major investment, not just in payroll or training, but in our ability to maintain safe, responsive, and fully staffed services throughout the county. Their presence is already being felt, and their long-term impact will be substantial. Our latest Dispatch Academy class, containing our requested positions from last year, began in May, marking the start of a long and intensive training journey. While the hiring and initial academy phase is shorter than it is for deputies, the on-the-floor training and shadowing process is longer, stretching the total timeline to nearly a full year from the time a new dispatcher is hired to when they are fully ready to handle live emergency calls independently. That extended training period makes it critical that we plan well in advance and keep pace with turnover, retirements, and growing call volumes. Dispatchers are often the first point of contact in a crisis, and the training required to prepare them for that role is both rigorous and essential. They'll soon be on the front lines of our emergency dispatch center, ensuring rapid, accurate, and calm response in moments when it matters most. Jails aren't closed systems. There's constant communication and movement between our jail, Idaho prisons, and the outside world. Our second jail investigator, which we requested last year, plays a critical role in intercepting intelligence, monitoring activity, and identifying criminal plans that are formed or facilitated within the inmate population. The presence of the second investigator adds another layer of accountability and allows us to take a proactive approach to contraband prevention, gang activity tracking, and internal casework. As our jail population continues to climb, the position is an essential part of our strategy to protect staff, safeguard inmates, and reduce broader community risk. Our newly added business systems project manager is already delivering value, and the best part is we were able to promote from within, bringing forward someone who understands our systems, workflows, and priorities from the inside out. This role fills a long-standing gap in our ability to manage the growing number of complex technology initiatives across the agency. With a dedicated project manager now in place, we're able to shorten implementation timelines by keeping projects on schedule, control costs more effectively through real-time budget oversight, and improve vendor coordination and accountability. Ultimately, this translates to more reliable tools for our staff, fewer delays, and more strategic use of public dollars. This position also aligns directly with our strategic priority to modernize agency technology, ensuring that as we grow, our tools and infrastructure can scale with us and meet the demands of 21st century public safety. Our criminal intelligence unit is now operating with two of the most skilled investigators in the state, and their impact continues to grow. These professionals are among the best at what they do, providing real-time, mission-critical support to deputies and detectives in the field. By expanding this unit and investing in their tools and training, we've been able to centralize multiple intelligence functions, which allows us to increase the number of requests that can be completed, expand the hours of operation the team is available to provide support, follow up on a greater number of crime tips, and increase efficiency through centralized intelligence functions. Whether it's tracking suspects, analyzing digital evidence, or synthesizing surveillance data, this unit has become a hub for decision-making and tactical response. Their work strengthens every part of our enforcement operation and ensures that our people in the field have the information they need exactly when they need it. Two of our newly funded positions, one in training and one in compliance, are designed to be filled by internal candidates with highly specialized skills. These roles require deep institutional knowledge, certifications, and operational experience that don't exist outside the agency. We're pleased to share that the compliance position was filled last week. The training position is scheduled to be filled later this month. Transferring a qualified internal candidate into these units means creating a vacancy somewhere else. And before that move can happen, we need to hire and train a backfill for the role they're leaving behind. It's a strategic, step-by-step process, one that ensures we don't leave gaps in essential services. And that's the reality of a highly specialized agency. Expertise matters, timing matters, and internal movement takes planning. Some of the most critical support roles in our agency are also the most challenging to staff, particularly in security control and victim services. These positions require far more than availability. They demand specialized training, emotional resilience, and strong commitment to public service. We're proud to report that as of today, all newly funded positions in these areas are filled. These were difficult roles to recruit for, but through targeted efforts, we found the right people for the job. We continue to face turnover in these same areas, however, with 1 vacancy in victim services and 2 in security control caused by recent internal transfers or resignations, not unfilled positions from last year's request. These roles remain hard to keep staffed for good reason. Security control specialists operate in high-risk environments and are essential to jail safety and coordination. And victim witness coordinators serve individuals in crisis and carry the emotional weight of victim advocacy, legal navigation, and trauma response. Filling these roles takes time, and retaining the right people takes constant attention. Investing in our people also means investing in the spaces and tools they rely on every day. With your support, we've made meaningful progress in accomplishing many of our facility improvement goals and ensuring our employees have the operational support they need. In response to continued county growth, we opened a new driver's license office in Star. This location expands our service footprint and eases pressure on our Meridian and Boise locations. It's a prime example of how we're working smarter by bringing services closer to residents, extending the life of our existing infrastructure, and delivering high-demand services more efficiently across the county. Hey, hold on, there's some audio that's supposed to play on this thing. Okay, I'm sorry.
Shelving units are now mounted on roller tracks, allowing them to be easily moved for access while maximizing storage space.
Okay, there we go.
Over the past year, our property and evidence storage area has undergone significant improvements. A complete renovation of the shelving system has dramatically increased our capacity to securely store evidence. All shelving units are now mounted on roller tracks, allowing them to be easily moved for access while maximizing storage space. This modern design not only boosts our storage capacity, but also enhances security, as the units are now securely bolted to the floor. Our property and evidence team has already seen the benefits. With easier access and improved organization, the upgrades have streamlined daily operations, making their work faster and more efficient than ever before.
As our agency grows, so does the demand for space. But instead of looking outward, we look inward. We're actively remodeling sections of our nearly 50-year-old main campus building to extend its usability and make smarter use of every square foot. Current projects include an upgraded property and evidence storage area that maximizes space and increases efficiency, a refreshed and reorganized pretrial services office, creating a more functional and secure workspace, and a redesigned area for our business systems team, centralizing their operations and improving collaboration. We're also in the process of remodeling our 16 bathrooms throughout the facility. These areas are severely degraded and no longer meet basic expectations for workplace quality or ADA compliance. This project is underway, and once complete, will provide updated, accessible, and durable facilities that better support the daily needs of our staff. And at our driver's license office in Boise, we built a dedicated greeting station to streamline check-ins, reduce wait times, and improve customer experience. Another example of how we're maximizing available space across the agency. The Community Transition Center is one of the most vital spaces, playing a daily role in reintegration, compliance monitoring, and recidivism reduction. The center was built in 1991 and has not changed much since. We've completed the design and planning phase for a targeted model that supports the evolving demands of this program. The remodel will reconfigure staff offices and common areas to improve efficiency and client engagement, replace outdated fixtures, furniture, and flooring that no longer meet functional or safety standards, and allow for greater flexibility and shared use of a space across multiple teams within the CTC. These changes are based on thoughtful input from staff and aim to improve operational performance. By making the most of the square footage we already have, we're avoiding costly expansions and extending the life of our facility while improving safety and service delivery. Construction will begin soon, and once complete, the CTC will be better equipped to meet the needs of both our clients and our staff. Another example of how we're leading the efficiency, planning, and purpose. Technology isn't just a support function, it's a driving force behind our operational success. Across every division, we continue to invest in smart, high-impact upgrades that increase efficiency, improve safety, and maximize public value. This year's major initiatives include a new crime lab management software system that ensures we remain in compliance with accreditation standards and can track complex forensic workflows with precision. A jail system upgrade that improves inmate tracking, reduces manual errors, and enhances reporting across the facility. A jail camera replacement project to replace aging infrastructure and support safer, more secure daily operations. And replacing the end-of-life video arraignment system, which improves court coordination, reduces transportation needs, and enhances courtroom safety. These improvements are not just about convenience. They're essential in keeping people safe, delivering services faster, and ensuring every dollar we spend stretches further. They also reflect our commitment to the agency's broader strategic technology initiative, helping us modernize responsibly while staying fully mission-focused. Our patrol deputies operate in dynamic, high-risk environments that demand reliable, modern equipment. This year, we are investing in tools that improve safety, efficiency, and real-time decision-making in the field. Key investments include the purchase of Axon in-car dash cameras and automated license plate readers, replacing early generation mobile data terminals that are not compatible with Windows 11, and a series of equipment and technology upgrades that support frontline readiness, including tactical equipment, mobile tools, and safety enhancements to keep deputies mission ready. These aren't just equipment upgrades, they're force multipliers. Every improvement we make helps deputies respond faster, work smarter, and stay safer. And by modernizing what we already own rather than expanding inventories, we continue to make efficient, high-return investments with every taxpayer dollar. The Marine Patrol team plays a critical role in public safety and search and rescue operations across Ada County's waterways. To ensure the team can respond effectively, we are replacing one of our aging patrol boats, a vessel that is no longer reliable for mission-critical deployments. The new boat is currently being built and was designed to meet our specifications. The new boat enhances crew safety with improved navigation operating systems, supports faster, more stable performance in dynamic water conditions, and reduces long-term maintenance costs compared to aging equipment. Our marine fleet is small but essential. These boats are frontline response platforms for life-saving operations, including dive team deployment, boater rescues, and interagency support. Our ability to develop and retain great staff depends on access to adequate training space. Right now, our current training facility is undersized, limiting our efficiency and flexibility. To address this, we are in the process of securing a new training center, a facility that is nearly 3 times the size of our current space. The process is currently in legal review, with renovations planned to begin this summer and a move-in timeline early in the next fiscal year. The new facility allows us to consolidate more training functions under one roof, offer expanded scenario-based and classroom training, accommodate larger sessions, reducing the need for travel or off-site space, and support new hire onboarding, annual in-service, and specialized team deployment. With tenant improvements already planned and budgeted, we are investing in a space that not only meets today's needs, but positions us for long-term training success across every bureau. Okay, we've accomplished a lot in the past year. New positions, new systems, and real progress on long-standing challenges. But the work never stops. Growth isn't slowing down, and neither are we. As our county continues to expand, so do the demands on this agency. That's why we remain focused not just on today's needs, but on planning for the future, building a team that's ready to meet the moment and prepared for what's coming next. This is our complete budget for fiscal year 2026. It represents what it takes for us to continue doing our job and doing it well. It reflects the reality of what's required to keep our community safe, support our people, and operate efficiently in a county that continues to grow and change. We built it with the same approach we bring to everything: disciplined planning, smart prioritization, and a focus on long-term value. Our projected revenue is also included here, representing a $2 million increase from the current fiscal year. Some of the most significant changes come from a $1.5 million increase from our contracts, a $583,000 increase in jail housing, and a $340,000 increase in our civil fees for services. A ruling from the FCC related to fees we can charge for inmate telephones resulted in a $468,000 decrease to our revenue budget. Our budget is comprised of nearly 400 object lines and more than 1,900 detail lines, each one supporting the core mission of this agency. And with that in mind, we'd like to walk you through the supplemental requests that support that mission even further. We'll begin by walking through our personnel needs and how each one aligns with the mission and future of this agency. Every year, we follow a deliberate and collaborative process to determine our personnel requests. Each bureau begins by submitting their needs, working closely with our data team to develop a clear operational or strategic justification for each proposed position. From there, I, along with my executive team, review every submission, weighing the impact, urgency, and alignment with agency priorities. This year, we started with 26 position requests. After thorough internal review, we narrowed that list to just 8. This process directly supports our updated strategic plan, which includes the development of a 5-year staffing roadmap. The goal isn't unchecked growth. It's to anticipate the needs of our community, align our staffing to match that growth, and make sure we're never behind the curve when it comes to serving the citizens of Ada County. Of the 8 positions identified as essential, we are requesting 6 through the FY26 supplemental process. We were able to internally fund 2, recognizing their importance by absorbing the cost within our current budget. We also absorbed within our budget increases to our patrol pay plan, market adjustments for our misdemeanor probation officers, and an increased overtime budget for our business systems team. And by the end of the week, I will send all of you a list of those 26 positions and the why behind why they didn't get put in this year's budget. So you have that information on how that works and maybe why they're saved for later. The 6 positions we are requesting work together to strengthen our mission, protecting the public, pursuing justice, and supporting the people who carry out that work every day. These are targeted additions that help us keep pace with call volume, criminal complexity, and the real-world demands facing our deputies and detectives. This group includes 2 patrol deputies to increase response capacity and coverage, a fraud and forgery detective to address the rising volume and sophistication of financial crimes, a forensic lab technician to expand our ability to process and analyze evidence, and an action team deputy to support high-risk warrant service and proactive enforcement. These roles allow us to increase our patrol presence in unincorporated areas, keep the investigations moving forward despite rising caseloads, and target specialized threats with the right resources at the right time. These positions are a focused effort to solve more crime, reduce risk, and maintain public trust as our community continues to grow. While the other requests focus on external service delivery, the wellness coordinator focuses inward, ensuring we are taking care of the people behind the badge, the headset, and the uniform. This licensed clinical position will lead our wellness program with a proactive, trauma-informed approach, coordinating a critical incident support, resiliency training, and access to behavioral health resources. It moves us beyond reaction and toward a sustainable, structured investment in employee well-being. Caring for our team is not optional. It's essential to retention, readiness, and the long-term health of the organization. This role supports the people we support. This role supports the people who support the citizens of Ada County. As we reviewed and prioritized our agency's most critical needs, 2 positions emerged as too important to delay: a second chief deputy and a probation officer. The chief deputy position is a vital modernization of our executive structure. Since 2013, the sheriff's office has grown by over 33%, adding hundreds of personnel and significantly expanding its operational scope. For reference, the population of Ada County has grown by more than 36% during that same time period. Despite this growth, our executive structure remained unchanged. By adding a second chief deputy, we increase leadership coverage, improve crisis readiness, and ensure sustainable span of control in a large, complex organization. This position directly supports our strategic objectives of service delivery, employee development, and long-term leadership continuity. The probation officer position supports one of our most burdened units, Ada County Misdemeanor Probation. With only 12 officers managing a caseload that would ideally require 22 to meet service demands, our team has been under extraordinary pressure. This position helps reduce caseloads, improve offender accountability, and enhance support for individuals seeking rehabilitation. Most importantly, it reinforces a critical component of our community supervision strategy, reducing recidivism and jail overcrowding. These positions are not just internal adjustments, they're deliberate, mission-driven investments in our workforce and our service to the citizens of Ada County. This is my number one budget priority, and it's essential to our ability to retain the experienced professionals our community depend on. This year, we made several targeted compensation adjustments, all of which we were able to fund internally without submitting a single supplemental request. Each adjustment is grounded in extensive research, multi-agency benchmarking, and a clear alignment with our mission to recruit, retain, and support a high-performing workforce. Structured pay plans are widely used across law enforcement because they offer transparency, predictability, and fairness, linking compensation to rank, tenure, and responsibility. Like the U.S. military model, ours supports recruitment, retention, and internal equity. In fiscal years 23 and 24, we adjusted our dispatch and detention pay plans in direct response to certification requirements and market conditions. This year, after a comprehensive analysis, we're updating the patrol pay plan for all ranks up to and including the sheriff. But this structural update does not replace cost of living or merit increases. It simply brings our plan into alignment with where our peers already are. If COLA merit is withheld from these employees, we fall right back behind. And at a time when nearly every comparable agency in our region is making aggressive adjustments of their own. To remain competitive, fair, and consistent, any COLA or merit increase approved for the county should also be applied to employees covered under the patrol pay plan. To stay competitive in the community supervision space, we implemented a targeted market adjustment for our misdemeanor probation officers, whose caseloads and responsibilities have grown significantly in recent years. Submitting adjustments do not include any COLA or merit to be determined during this process. With technology playing an increased central role in jail and patrol operations, we provided an increase to the overtime budget in line with actual usage data for our business systems team, allowing them to manage critical updates and after-hours emergencies without straining core staffing. These investments reflect our commitment to responsible planning, workforce stability, and service continuity, all managed within our existing appropriation. As part of our agreement to provide courthouse security, we are required to complete a yearly assessment of the operation. The assessment accounted for courtroom assignments, front entrance staffing, marshals, and the relief factor for leave-in training. Due to the increased volume of court cases in addition to rising number of public visitors, the assessment recommends increasing current staffing levels above the 13 deputies and 21 marshals. I'm not asking for any of these positions of this year's budget request, but I ask these additional positions be under consideration for next fiscal year's budget. In addition to our personnel needs, we're requesting a focused set of operational supplements, investments that sustain critical tools, support day-to-day operations, and help us keep pace with the growing complexity of public safety work. Each request is targeted, necessary, and rooted in our commitment to efficiency and service. One of the greatest challenges in public safety is that our data lives in silos. Information about a single person or incident might be scattered across the dispatch system, incident tracking system, jail management system, or body-worn video. These systems don't talk to each other, and that slows us down. That's when Steve O'Mara brought us a solution to these problems, Peregrine. The Peregrine system pulls data from each of these sources into a single, centralized, and searchable platform. The process of acquiring this unbudgeted system began back in FY24 when year-end funds allowed us to begin the development of the data map necessary to power the system. Implementation and deployment occurred in the current fiscal year with funds from technology project savings and the canceling of the maintenance contract for the system that Peregrine replaced, known as IQ. This is the same system that County IT is proposing to use to fully integrate the county's Oracle suite and is also being used by EMS. Our combined efforts mean more accessible data, readily available to the users who need it most. But it's not just about speed. It's about safety, accuracy, and informed decision-making. Peregrine reduces missed connections, improves officer awareness in the field, and supports faster and more complete investigations. As crime evolves, we must evolve our tools. This request consolidates critical technology infrastructure that supports modern investigations, data security, and compliance with accreditation standards. PenLink and Cellbrite are digital forensic platforms that help track phone data, map activity, and identify suspects. Clearview uses reverse image technology after an event has occurred to develop investigative leads without surveillance functions. Our lab management software organizes and tracks forensic evidence and images, supporting accreditation and case documentation standards. And lastly, our lab requires highly specialized equipment to handle and process DNA evidence, as well as a new firearms camera for our microscope, which will remove the need for third-party verification. These are not nice-to-have systems. They're essential for delivering fair, fast, and high-quality public safety outcomes. 3 of our most essential support contracts, jail food service, courthouse security, and pretrial alcohol and drug testing, are increasing due to market pricing and population growth within the jail or program. Trinity Food Services supplies our inmate food using a regional purchasing model. While this contract continues to save money through scale, inflation has driven food costs that we've all experienced beyond what our existing funding can absorb. The Allied Universal Security contract covers security at the courthouse and county facilities. This contract consistently increases 5% per year, and we're requesting supplemental funds to keep pace without service reductions. Use of the indigent fund for AverHealth urinalysis testing in our pretrial division has increased from about $2,000 a month to nearly $6,000 a month. This program works directly to decrease our jail population by managing clients in the community. It should be noted that we are requesting this program be funded through the opioid settlement funds, and if granted, it can be removed from our supplemental request. These reflect our continued commitment to safe, well-managed facilities and fiscally responsible contracting. This request addresses a long-standing operational challenge in the health services unit by funding a retrofit that allows staff to control cell water shutoffs internally rather than from external pipe chases. Currently, when an inmate floods a cell or creates a hazard, staff must leave the unit, retrieve and holster their weapon, and access the valves that are outside of the jail. It's time-consuming and a disruptive process. This project significantly improves response time, staff safety, and operational efficiency. This final request supports 3 critical components of our equipment and technology infrastructure, all aimed at improving safety, transparency, and operational continuity. Many of our current tasers used by jail and courthouse staff are obsolete and out of warranty. This request replaces 42 units to maintain safe, non-lethal options in high-risk controlled environments. In FY25, we outfitted our vehicles with Axon in-car video and automated license plate readers. This request covers ongoing licensing and supports costs to keep those tools fully operational and up to date. Lastly, we're requesting 19 additional body-worn cameras to equip our detectives, expanding coverage, enhancing case documentation, and ensuring consistency in how incidents are recorded across the agency. Each of these items represents a sustainment and strategic expansion of tools we've already deployed, helping us reduce liability, improve field safety, and meet the growing expectations of transparency in law enforcement. I'll now spend a few minutes discussing the Emergency Communications Fund. Every year we invest in the infrastructure, people, and tools that keep our 911 system ready when the public needs it most. This includes technology upgrades, capital projects, and operating costs that ensure service remains fast, accurate, and reliable. As shown in the chart here, even with these planned investments in personnel, operations, and capital improvements, the fund remains strong with a positive fund balance that ensures sustainability going forward. Lastly, we're requesting support for a small number of high-impact capital projects and extraordinary operating expenses, each aligned with meeting our long-term goals. We appreciate the Transformation Board's thoughtful evaluation of countywide project requests, and we're pleased to see several of our submissions prioritized as important and urgent for funding in FY26. I'm asking for your support in moving these projects forward that are essential for safety, efficiency, and long-term sustainability across the Sheriff's Office. The vehicle shop expansion improves the safety and capacity of our fleet maintenance facility, reducing repair delays and long-term costs. The records office expansion creates much-needed space and security for a rapidly growing records operation, improving both public service and internal workflow. The Officer Memorial establishes a long-lasting, meaningful tribute to honor the lives and sacrifices of fallen officers, including Deputy Tobin Bolter, similar to the Veterans Memorial. Lastly, the South Substation land acquisition strategically positions us to better serve unincorporated areas, reduce response times, and extend the life of the Barrister campus. Each of these proposals has been thoroughly vetted, scoped responsibly, and tied directly to service delivery improvements for the people of Ada County. In addition to these capital proposals, we are also requesting funding as part of the EOE process for our radio replacement initiative, a critical first step in establishing a 7-year life cycle plan to modernize communications infrastructure across patrol, jail, and support teams. I ask for your support in moving these projects forward, not as isolated improvements, but as part of a coordinated effort to modernize, strengthen, and sustain the mission of the agency. So this budget reflects the result of a thoughtful, collaborative process, one grounded in data, experience, and a clear understanding of what it takes to keep our community safe and our agency functioning at a high level. Every item included is here because it supports the mission to make Ada County a safer place to live, work, and play. With the additional positions requested, our total personnel growth is less than 1%. That level of restraint and precision speaks to the work behind the scenes. The coordination between Bureau leadership, data teams, and command staff to ensure that what we're asking for is what we truly need. We also recognize the larger picture. Law enforcement is expensive, and we know resources are limited. Many of my fellow elected officials and department heads are making similar cases. That's why we're especially grateful for the trust and support you've shown us over the years. Because of that partnership, 911 calls are being answered faster, crime is falling, jail inmates remain safe and secure, and families in crisis are connecting with people who care. This is what that support yields, and with your continued partnership, we'll keep building on it. Ready for what's ahead and focused always on serving the people of Ada County. I also need to take a quick moment to thank all my employees. I know that a lot of them are here, and then many of them have taken a healthy interest in the budget, and I know a lot of them are watching online. So I thank the board for your time, and I thank the employees for being invested in our agency. Trent owes me lunch.
Well, do you need any more time?
That's it.
Told you could take as much time as you needed. Okay, I do have a few questions. A great presentation, and we do appreciate the efforts that you and your department do to keep this community safe to live, work, and play, and that's the main objective. You mentioned training, and so I'm curious, how many sworn deputies are on your staff?
Somewhere upwards of 425.
About 425, okay. And you have a real low turnover rate, that's from what you suggested. So do you recall about what the turnover rate is?
8-point-something%.
About 8, okay. So how many are you putting through the training system every year?
420-something. Everybody has to be trained every year. Every month, we undergo training for.
Okay, apart from the ongoing training.
Oh, the ongoing. So in our academies, we probably put anywhere from 10 to 20 deputies.
A year?
Yeah. No, not a year. I'm sorry. That's per academy. We run 3 academies.
3 academies?
10 to 20.
So maybe 30, 40 people?
Say anywhere from 30 to, probably 30 to 50.
Okay, so 30 to 50, okay. And your ongoing training, that's what those of us that have a different profession call continuing education.
Correct.
Is that what that is? And how much is that? How much continuing education is required? Is that to maintain your post-certification?
That and other things.
Okay.
We do some things that aren't post-required, but they're, in my opinion, required by the public, if you will.
Sure.
So we have, I can't tell you what all exactly the hours are, but block training per month. So block training means deputies are required to be at training per month is going to be About 31 hours per month. That's not right.
96 a year.
96 a year. That's how much block training we have? Yeah, 96 hours a year.
96 hours per year for each deputy.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Well, no, that's not accurate. That's how many training hours we give just in block training is 96 hours a year. So, but that varies. You know, we have detention deputies, we have patrol certified deputies. So there are different requirements for each, but that's how much training just in block training that we put on per year is about 96 hours.
96 hours then, total per year.
Yeah, but that's just block training. That doesn't include anything else that we might have to do.
Sure. Okay. All right, any other questions? Go ahead.
Just again, thank you, Sheriff, for being here. And as you pointed out, you are an essential service to our community, and all that you do is required under the law. But I guess with that in mind, the level of what we do it is how we have to adjust to our needs versus a Camas County or whatever.
Correct.
Every county has to do some of the same essential services as required by the law. So with that in mind, we know that you are the largest part of the budget as well as the personnel of the county.
Correct.
So in the current budget analysis, as you pointed out, we are now faced with all the presentations, and with if all the presentations were met and we did a full 3% and 1%, we still wouldn't be able to meet the needs of the requests. So that's our dilemma. Sure. So I guess I'm prefacing all that with, when we ask questions, it's not in a gotcha type kind of a situation. It's we genuinely need to know how we're going to have to adjust the budget to meet the needs of the county within the budget constraints we have. So when we ask questions, it's not they're not a question of that. It's, we genuinely need to sort out all the data. So that's a preference to some of my questions. And I don't know if, and are we going to break for lunch and then come back with other questions, or are we going to just continue on with all the questions?
Well, that's up to us. We can break and come back, or we can keep on going. It doesn't matter to me.
Because I have
You have a series of questions?
a series of questions, so that's why. But I wanted to preface it all with that. So when we ask questions, we're not trying to.
Yeah, Chairman and Commissioners, I am very familiar with this board, so I do realize that. We generally don't have an adversarial role with each other, so I'm not. And I also do understand the budget and the limitations on the budget, and I usually state that every year, understanding that we are the largest, we ask for the most, so it's, I get it, I get it.
Well, we can, we do have a lunch that's prepared. We can go have lunch and come back and do our questions after, if you'd prefer that. Would you prefer that?
I don't care either way.
Well, neither do we. But I would suggest right now, it's getting close. We have a lunch ready to go. It's for the elected officials and departments, so forth. So let's go ahead and we'll break right now.
Okay.
And then you'll be first up when we get back, and you'll be
Can't wait.
You'll be well fed and then get. So
Great.
We'll have a lot more energy to grill you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Or I'll be sleepy because of the lunch.
Yeah,
So,
so we will, we'll break right now. I will recess for lunch, and I'm going to say we'll take up again at 1:30. So we'll recess till 1:30.
Okay,
Thank you. Commissioners are present. We're going to finish our budget presentations. When we closed out just before lunch, we had the sheriff up, and he has some more questions. Well, we have some questions for you. You can give us any questions if you have any.
Yeah, you never know.
Okay. So, we'll start right here. Anybody, any questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
can I clarify one answer that I gave to your question really quickly? You had a question about training hours, and right after lunch, I realized that sounded off to me, and I wasn't sure exactly what you're looking for, but our training unit puts on about 450 hours a year ongoing training. So that's
450?
yeah.
Okay.
It's way at the 96 didn't make any sense to me. I started doing it in my head, and
Yep.
that's a calculator number, not a head number. So, yeah, and that does not include any kind of specialty training. So, like canines train 12 hours a month, SWAT team trains 12 hours a month, or no, they train 16 hours a month. So all those, drone training, the specialty training stuff, that doesn't include any of that. Just the block trainings. So you go need to be at training on this day.
And one of the items I was trying to get at, by the way, from in my head was how many new deputies that needs to get post-trained and post-certified.
Right.
How many of those go through your training and how many hours does that take?
Oh, the training academy?
Yeah.
The training academy hours, I can get that number. So we do 3 academies a year.
3 a year, yeah.
Yep. And the academy is 19 weeks long. So those are 40-hour weeks.
And you do 3 of them a year. Okay.
And that's patrol and detention.
Yeah. For both patrol and detention. And on average, how many new hires come through that?
Through there?
Go through that, yeah.
On average, I can get you a better number off the top of my head. It's on average probably 15.
15. So a total of 45 for the year.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if you get any better numbers,
Okay.
you know how to reach me.
I know where to find you.
Yeah, but I'll just use that to start out with.
Okay.
15 per, and so a total of 45 roughly. Okay. All right. Any other questions? You got any questions? Go ahead.
I'll start. One budget item is related to deputies who have to serve process or serve a lot of documents out in the field. That is something that's generally statutorily mandated, correct?
Yes, for certain types of civil services.
If we could secure a state law change that would allow, instead of deputies, maybe the attorneys in the case to serve documents in various cases, probably non-controversial things like debt collection lawsuits or maybe evictions, could we realize a substantial potential savings? And is that something that we should look into?
I'd say potentially. We've had some of that happen in the past where like evictions have been changed in state law, so we're not required to do evictions. You could do private evictions and things like that. As our workload grows, that lessens some of that workload. So instead of, I wouldn't say savings, what I'd say is you'd see costs not increase as rapidly, if that makes sense.
I was watching the news about the current protests out of LA, and it kind of made me think again about our jail space issues and the ongoing discussion there. What would happen if in Ada County, you had to arrest 100 people or more at one time? I mean, what's the ability of the jail to handle? Hopefully something that doesn't happen in Ada County, but it's happening in other parts of the country where hundreds of people are getting arrested over the course of a week.
So, Chair and Commissioner, that's a good question. We do plan for those in conjunction with other agencies because we're the only ones that have the jail, obviously. So it doesn't matter where the city is going to be in Ada County, but if they're going to have something where they anticipate at least a mass arrest, or even if something's going to be very peaceful, which can get out of hand, they'll come to us, and we are prepared for those mass arrests scenarios using actually spaces here in the courthouse that are secure, that alternatively to the jail. They're not set up for, obviously, the jail services we have, but they are set up very, very nicely for processing. So if we have even 100 people, we can process them at secure areas here in the courthouse.
Are we making any progress with the state on getting them to transfer their state inmates to the state prison? And also, you know, with the immigration issue in the news a lot, maybe you could address, you know, is the Ada County Jail burdened by people who are here illegally that we need to do something about, or no?
Okay, 2 questions. So, Chairman and Commissioner, both really good questions. As far as with IDOC and the getting their inmates out of our jail quicker, we've made a little bit of headway there. I mean, we'd like to see more, but we have strengthened the relationship that wasn't there in years past, so we have a better sense of communication when we have what I would consider an emergency of how many inmates are in our jail. We now have the ability to communicate with them at least and have them realize our actual problem. We are projecting that revenue from IDOC is going to probably be lower next year because they have taken more inmates out of our jail than in years past. We still have a chunk of them in there, but it is a little bit less. I don't have the number, but I know we're projecting lower revenue because of the lower numbers we've had this year. And answer to your second question. We are not seeing a burden right now due to any of the immigration things that are going on in our community. In fact, we've seen very little influx in the Ada County Jail, which I think is a testament to that maybe things were going better here than in other places. A lot of the questions I do get I get them randomly from the public of, are you cooperating with ICE and federal agencies? And the answer is yes, and we have actually not had to change anything that we have ever done. It's ICE's job to change, to do a better job. We've always been doing the things we are supposed to, and with new administration, we do see better communication now and swifter response. So we haven't had to do anything different. It's just working better because I'm not being biased, but we were just doing the right thing all the time. So I know that doesn't totally answer your question, but I kind of wanted to throw that tangent in there because I get a lot of questions from the public about that.
What does cooperation versus non-cooperation look like as far as law enforcement agencies go? And the governor recently announced his announcement regarding law enforcement cooperation with ICE. Does that change anything that we're doing now?
It changes nothing. We haven't had to, like I said, we haven't had to change anything that we are doing. And I think, I can't speak for all the sheriffs in the state, but I think your jails is where we see that the most. As far as, what we can do as far as identifying people that are possibly here illegally or reporting people that are here illegally. We have a mechanism that allows ICE to proactively do that we created in our jail. Yeah, we haven't had to change. I know that the governor is having ISP start to get involved. I believe that's strictly for transportation. So to get inmates from our institution to an ICE facility, which wouldn't be a big deal if we did that either, but we don't have. I'd be here asking you for 6 more transport deputies for that. So I think he realizes that, and I'm not going to speak for him, but that's what that's about. But I shouldn't use to say non-cooperation. It's just they're easier to get hold of, and they're more responsive as far as we have this person in our jail who is possibly here illegally. What would you like to do? And we're finding a little bit more now than in the past. They would like to do something. Now, there are a lot of factors that go into whether ICE puts a detainer on somebody, but it seems like we are getting some more detainers. It's not statistically really significant, but we are seeing some more detainers being put on people instead of, we don't care.
All right. So I guess that brings up a question in my mind. What do you do? Do you contact ICE if you get a person that you think might be in this country illegally, or they contact you, or how does that work?
So usually we will encounter that person in the jail. Sometimes we will encounter them in the field, but the majority of that happens in the jail where maybe jail staff, through the intake questions, can determine this person might not be here legally. Obviously, you ask certain people certain questions and they can't answer that they have a social security number or any of those kinds of things. We can contact ICE and say, here's this person's information. What would you like us to do? They, of course, have to go and start checking their databases and things like that, and then they will come back and say, yeah, we're going to want to put a detainer on them or not. The other way that we help them out is they have access to our information, not just the booking information, but they get a little bit more information to determine. So they can look every day and cross-reference people in their databases to see, oh, this person just came in. We have no idea if they're an illegal. But ICE does. So then they can contact us and say, hey, we see you have this person. That's not always easy to do, depending on the jail, but we make it as easy for them as possible. And we started doing that before this year, so.
And then they come pick the person up?
Yeah, so we have to keep them on their state and local charges first. And then when those requirements have been filled, whether charges are dropped or they get sentenced and serve a sentence or they're bonding out, then ICE will come and pick them up and take them to ICE facility.
As they're bonding out?
After they've bonded.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, thanks. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Now that we want to sleep because we've eaten so much. I have a couple of questions. Under your staff, you have increased it by $1.2 million it's on page.
Yeah, yes, sir.
If we had to, is that just a general fund or what?
That's it.
Normally it's by PCN, so
You're asking,
staff is usually designated by PCN.
yes. So we do have that breakout of PCN of how that is applied. Just through a little bit of confusion, we broke that out just yesterday, I think, by PCN and got it to HR and the clerk.
So has HR reviewed it then, or they're in the process of reviewing it?
HR has seen, we've been in contact with them, I think, since April of, hey, this is what we plan to do. Here's where this revenue money goes for these increases to the pay plan.
So, but have they reviewed it and kind of, normally it goes through a review process, sign-off process for HR, so have they done that?
I don't know if it's gone through all of the sign-off process. I know that they are aware and have reviewed it.
Okay. And then you have, so if we had to make a decision on that line item versus your supplemental requests, which would you pick?
That line item.
And you'd get rid of all your supplemental?
Well, I'd probably fight for some of those supplemental requests, using that in a general term, of course. But that my priority is that pay plan.
Okay.
And I say that because last year, as you know, we focused heavy on positions to try and get us to where we can become efficient. And now I'm focusing on one section of my agency where I need to make them market strong so that I don't lose them to other agencies, which has happened over the last year and a half, and can retain them, because just the recruitment and training of a new deputy is, I've seen what the timeline is, and if I lose a 10-year, we did a very rough estimate of a 10-year deputy is about $350,000 to recoup that. So if I lose a 10-year deputy, we're putting a lot of money into trying to keep just all those training hours that I mentioned, and the polygraph and background check and academy, all those things. So it's in my best interest to try and retain what I have and keep that low turnover rate.
Just keep asking questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which relates to, unless I misinterpret, I wrote notes here from your presentation. You have a little over 8% turnover rate.
Mm-hmm.
And in your pie chart, 52% of the people that leave are for personal reasons. So how does that equate to what you just said in terms of training people and
Well, that's
going to other agencies?
Yes, sir. Chairman, Commissioner, that's an overall look at, that's my overall agency. So half of those commission deputy are commissioned and half are not. What we tend to lose is professional staff faster than we lose commissioned staff. And that's what I'm trying to keep that rate. I don't know what the rate difference is for it, but those support staff roles are where we see the most turnover. I know the pie chart says personal reasons, but probably the biggest chunk of that, whatever percent that was, is going to be professional staff.
Okay. And under your supplemental requests, Peregrine is one of the ones that you talked about. And this might be an IT question as well, but when Steve was presenting it, he was talking about it in a general county. How does that, well, two questions. One, as I recall, last year you had a line item for that as well in your budget that relates to that, plus then how does it fit? How does it fit with the overall county? Because the way it's described, it sounds like a really good software, useful for the entire county, not just the sheriff's office, but the entire county. So how does that fit together, I guess, is my question.
The county and the sheriff's
Yeah.
office? That is more of an IT question. I can only really speak to how it's working inside the sheriff's office. That's a better question for Director O'Mara as far as if the county gets it and the sheriff's office has it, what does that look like together? I don't know the answer to that question. I can only speak to how we use it in a law enforcement sense.
Okay.
And we also use that in conjunction with other agencies. So Peregrine is designed so that if you are an agency that purchases their product, you can come to us or we can go to you and say, we also have Peregrine. Will you share your information with us? And then it becomes part of that information sharing. But it's a pay to play, right? So you don't get to be the agency that doesn't purchase the software, but you get to reap the benefits and ride the coattails of everyone else. So, for example, I don't want to speak out of turn, but there are 4 other agencies in this valley that I know of that are going to Peregrine. And for the first time ever in my career, we will be able to share information with them at our fingertips. Now, you get to choose, right? I don't want you, I'm not going to let you see what, inmate Johnson eats for breakfast. That's none of your business. But we have never had the ability especially as someone in the field or a detective, to be able to open up a program and say, put this person's name and be able to see all the crimes they've committed in Caldwell or reports that have been committed in Caldwell, the addresses where he was living when people reported them as a suspect. That's a very tiny piece of information. But this program, for the first time ever, would allow us to share that information with it. So the silos will open up.
Go ahead. Let's see. The $2 million revenue. Yeah, you're increasing. When did that start? When did the revenue start increasing? Part of that was with the cities, but there are some other components of the revenue as well, right?
Yeah, so that'll start in fiscal year 20. It'll start in October, is when that revenue will start.
All of it, all the 2 million?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be operative in the fiscal year we're talking about.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let's see, what was my other question? The one of the supplementals is on the food thing. I think you partially explained that, the jail cost of the kitchen for the jail. Why is that in the supplemental, I guess, is my real question.
I'm sorry, it was the cost of the kitchen?
Yeah, no, the cost of the food cost.
Oh, that's an increase to that contract that we don't have control over. So just like the increase to the security contract has gone up, so we budget flat for what was happening, and then now there's an increase. So food has gone up, the security contract has gone up. But so things like, especially fluctuating things like food and fuel, those are things a lot of times that will come back and ask for a supplemental. I think fuel this year, we didn't have to worry about that. So yeah, that's why, just because the cost has gone up so much.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
You see reports every now and then of other law enforcement agencies paying out what seems to be like, I say inappropriate amount of overtime, at least a number that the public, gets heartburn over. How do you address overtime issues, and how are we doing on that compared to other agencies?
I couldn't tell you how we do compared to other agencies. All I could really talk about is our agency, because I don't know what their policies are or how they handle that. Except for other agencies that aren't really comparable to law enforcement, other government agencies. But we handle that. I mean, it's a business where you just never know, right? We don't have time clocks. You don't get a punch in and out. I don't know how many times my employees have heard me say, if you wear a badge and patches on your shirt, you don't get to go home until work's done. You just don't, and that happens a lot. And then we also have a business where when somebody's missing, somebody or somebodies are missing off your team, they have to be replaced with someone else, because we have to have bodies in the field to ensure public safety. And that's all over the place. You're talking transports, jail, courts, patrol, CTC, all those places. And quite frankly, we are very good to we as the county, we are very good to our employees. We give them vacation and sick time, maternity leave and paternity leave. We're very good to them about their time off, and we can regulate some of that. But at any given time, there are, I could get you the number for next week, but you'd be appalled at how many people are not coming to work because of FMLA, sick, vacation, paternity leave, having to go to training somewhere because the trainings we provide are not going to be able to get them their specialized training they need. They have to go somewhere. There's just a number of reasons people don't come to work. And we have a really study that shows that, how many hours your typical deputy doesn't come to work because of all of those things. So we try to, sometimes we're able to be creative without causing a safety risk. The patrol is the easiest place to do that because you have more places you can shuffle people around. But when it comes to posts in the jail or the amount of work that's going to happen on the transport team, you have to have bodies there. The judge doesn't care that you don't have enough people. They just don't. No offense to any of the judges that are watching. They don't care. They don't care if we said, we don't have enough people today, so your person's going to be late. You have to get those people to court, and quite frankly, it's my job to get them to court in a timely manner. So it will never go away. It is always a thing, and overtime in emergency services specifically is it is part of the package. How you manage it and making sure people are not abusing overtime is I wouldn't say it's the trick, but that's the job, right? And we manage that at a supervisor level where they can say, this is how many people we actually need. You don't bring people in just because someone needs extra money. You don't bring people in when you know you have enough resources, and that's how we manage that. We are able to look, and once in a while we'll look and see who's earning the most overtime. Mostly we do that because of burnout issues, but we can go and look and say, this area is using the most overtime, and then make an analysis of why and make changes there if we need to. Some of the things we've done in the past year and a half are we've changed some of our scheduling specifically so that we have better supervision in the field and we use less overtime. And that has been working. So it was an experimental thing. We said we'd do it for a year, and patrol is using less overtime. Unincorporated is using less overtime on the current model. So we are always looking at it. I mean, we know we have a budget, so we have to stick with it. Hope that's a long-winded answer for question.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Just as a follow-up, I was waiting if Ryan had a follow-up. You said that you had, I think it was 1.5 million hours that was in your thing. How much of that was overtime and premium pay?
I don't know how much of that was overtime. Probably, I would imagine a fraction of it, but I don't know. What are you getting at?
You said you review it regularly, so do you have any kind of reports or anything that could show that kind of delineation about number of people that have certain amount of overtime or whatever?
Yeah.
Have you generated those because you review them? And
We can generate reports to say who's using what overtime, because when you work overtime, your time card is reviewed by a supervisor, and you have to put certain codes in there of why. Now, except for the commission people in this room, there are very few of those codes that people anywhere in this building have to use. We use 31 of them. I mean, I bet you'd have to ask Bethany or somebody that knows that a normal 8 to 5er does not use very many. We use 31 of them. And most of those are designed specifically for the sheriff's office because the job is not normal. But then that helps us track, why are you using overtime? It's like cover for someone that's sick, cover someone that's on vacation, cover for FMLA, some special assignment, and then we can go look and say, well, what is that? Or the fair. When you work the fair and you work overtime, it gets coded as the fair. So that's how we keep track of that. That system helps us. It's burdensome, very burdensome, because if you are a supervisor in the jail, you might be looking at 30 time cards, and that's tough. It's tough for them. But it's the system we have. It works pretty good. Trent's team helped us identify like an issue we had earlier this year, and it's easy to fix because we can go and look in that system and say, yeah, that's not supposed to happen, and then we can go to the supervisor and say, yeah, you need to check these things and not allow this. So we do have some checks and balances, and just through the timekeeping system.
thank you.
All right. Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Ada County gets sued a lot. I'm sure every single department in the county at some point has been sued over something. In fact, the commissioner's office, we lost our first lawsuit in over 4 years. It was a track record I was pretty proud of, that we, 4 years, hadn't lost a lawsuit based on a decision that the board has made. Your department is the largest department, and you probably have the most interaction with members of the public, especially on the patrol side. So the potential for litigation is always the highest for the sheriff's department compared to other departments. Over the last few years, we've paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars in judgments as a result of lawsuits to your department. Since you've been elected, what steps have you taken to try to reduce the number of litigation that the county has to deal with through the sheriff's department?
Well, I would say most of the litigation that has come through in my tenure, and not all of it, but the lion's share happened before I was the sheriff. B, I would say you can't predict those things, especially in law enforcement. What you can do is you can train to try and mitigate risk. This is a high-risk job, and our training is what we have to fall back on. Our training and our hiring practices. Unfortunately, I mean, you see all those training hours, but you're training to the lowest common denominator. We say all the time, well, we got to train, we have to train, and that's how you fix that. Finding time to do it outside of post-required, federally required, equipment required, company required training hours is difficult. I think there's a misnomer by about everybody in the public that we are all SEAL Team 6 trained operators, and that is not the truth. If any agency head would tell you, if we could have more of anything, it'd be quality training. But the military is a good example of what we are not, right? The military are highly trained individuals because when you're not deployed, you're training. We're always deployed, period. So you have to set aside time for training. Now, we have an issue, we can take that issue and apply it to our training as best we can, and that's how we try and mitigate that. I will say, I couldn't tell you how many tort claims we get weekly. And the vast majority of those never go anywhere because they're frivolous. And when we do have lawsuits, we have an amazing civil team with the prosecutor's office, and we're not like other places in the country where we just hand out money so you'll shut up and go away. We don't do that. And I think people sometimes think that, well, we will, and that's why they file those tort claims. But through Prosecutor Bennett's office and her amazing attorneys, we win almost all of those cases in court. I couldn't speak to her track record, but it's pretty good. So yes, we've had a few settlements, but it's a fraction of the interactions we have every day. It's a fraction of the tort claims we get and even the lawsuits we get. So I'm never going to say I'm proud that we only have a few lawsuits, but it is positive that we only have a few, and training is how we mitigate that.
Speaking of training, we hear a lot about de-escalation training in law enforcement these days, and with the prevalence of body cam footage on the internet now, I think the public can kind of see the difference between officers who practice de-escalation and those who don't. I mean, there was an incident in Ada County recently in Meridian, a different agency, which prompted a lot of debate about whether de-escalation would have been more beneficial in that types of situation. But can you talk about what your department does, how they address that, and sort of what the overall view is on those type of interactions?
Well, our overall view is we treat the public with respect almost all the time. Like I've said in the past, nobody's perfect, and we're gonna mess up once in a while, and fixing that is the remedy to keeping public trust. De-escalation training is something that everybody goes through in the academy, and it's a training that we do during those block trainings. Are we doing de-escalation training every week? Well, some of those training issues that we have, as far as we don't have time or ability to do that, is no. But through our hiring process, our good supervision, and a lot of that body cam video, you can tell that 99.9% of the time, the way we treat the public and our interactions with the public are positive. What you see on the internet usually is not an accurate depiction of everyday interaction with law enforcement. That's the stuff that, hey, look at how crappy this cop acted, we'll put it on the internet. If we put all of our interactions on the internet, no one's going to watch them, because almost all of them will have a positive outcome, or they'll be handled properly, but that doesn't nobody's watching that on YouTube. So I would encourage people to remember that they are watching that snippet where people can pull because it's sensational, and it's the I gotcha. We don't have a lot of I gotcha moments. We just don't. Everybody's going to have some, but that's not what the public is seeing, because now if you took a poll of everyone that's ever interacted with the sheriff's office, I would guarantee you it would be overwhelmingly positive. But again, yeah, we train on de-escalation. It is part of our block training curriculum.
Any more? All right. Do you have any questions? More? All right. Well, thank you, Sheriff. We appreciate your diligence and all the efforts you do in helping keep Ada County safe. We
Thank you.
You and your staff.
For your time, and I look forward to next week.
Yeah. Oh, I bet you do. Okay, Katie, you're up.
Let me get logged in here. Okay, next up we have the assessor. The assessor is one of the 7 constitutionally elected offices within Ada County. Assessor Rebecca Arnold is responsible for the assessor's office, motor vehicles, appraisal, and land records. Assessor administration works directly with the public to administer homestead exemptions, property tax reductions, and address changes. The team oversees corrected notices, tax cancellations, and homestead exemption recovery efforts. Additionally, the department plays a key administrative role in supporting the assessor's office's appraisal and land records divisions. Land records is the backbone of property ownership documentation in Ada County, maintaining accurate and up-to-date records to support both assessment analysis and public inquiries. The team manages the county's official tax parcel map, online property information system, and interactive GIS map. In addition, Land Records oversees much of the county's addressing, leads the county's street name committee, and curates a wide range of GIS data layers relied upon by the Assessor's Office as well as local, state, and national government agencies. Appraisal creates and archives records related to the physical characteristics of all real property in the county. Appraisal is also responsible for the annual assessment of all real property, manufactured homes, and business personal property, which requires data gathering and market analysis that complies with statutory and professional standards, in addition to 5-year reappraisal. Providing transparent value defense and excellent customer service round out the appraisals division's core objectives and functions. Motor Vehicles provides the citizens and dealers of Ada County with vehicle titling, registration, and parks and rec services across 5 convenient locations. So first for the assessor's budget, as submitted, it's $151,000 over the allocation. They're requesting 1 new position, which is a supplemental request at $156,000, and then 3 salary adjustments that are all within budget. Motor Vehicles is a self-supported fund and currently sits at revenue over expense by $51,000. And Appraisal and Land Records sits at $975,000 over allocation. They're asking for 7 salary adjustments that are all within budget and 4 operating supplementals for a total of $975,000. And with that, I will introduce Rebecca Arnold.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the meeting.
Afternoon. Seems like we just did this, and here we are again.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you today about our budget, but I'd like to start with some thank yous. I'd like to thank the clerk's office for all of the support and advice and input that they've provided. The treasurer's office, we work together constantly on different things, and they're very supportive and helpful. HR, IT has just been invaluable for us. So we're really fortunate in Ada County to have such a dedicated group of elected officials and staff that are committed to working collaboratively and making sure that we're taking care of our constituents every day. So I'm very appreciative of that. We do have some significant budget requests this year. These are requests that I carefully considered before I brought them forward, fully aware that available dollars are limited. But I wouldn't be standing here today if I didn't believe that these needs were absolutely necessary. My hope is that this presentation will provide you and the public with a clear understanding of the situation and circumstances our office is facing. It's not just about numbers. It's about sustainability long-term and our ability to serve the public effectively. I'm confident that together we can find a solution. Okay, if I can figure out how to do this.
You can use the clicker if you want, if that's easier. You could use this one.
This
Press
one?
the arrow.
This button?
Yep.
Okay. And let's see if I'm can multitask enough to get this done. Starting with an overview, you've seen this before, our core mission, vision, and values. I do want to point out that our office received an award last year. It's a Certificate of Excellence in Appraisal Administration. We're one of only 57 counties in the country to receive this certification. And let's talk about budget considerations. Growth, you've heard about previously from our clerk. Trent talked about the 39% growth since 2010. That's a huge burden for us to try to figure out how to continue to meet those needs. Public service, technology, efficiency, Transparency is a hallmark of our office, fiscal responsibility. And we've taken a strategic approach to managing our budget by finding internal savings, additional revenue, and use of fund balance to partially offset some increases. My department heads have conducted a thorough review of every budget line item to uncover areas for cost savings while still preserving our core services. And you'll be happy to know that I'm not going to read all of these into the record, but I wanted to include slides that talk about the statutory mandates of the assessor's office. There are many, as you can see from this slide, and the next one. And then there was a question about how we use our funds and what we're doing, and 99% of our budget is statutorily required, or it supports a statute. This next slide shows that the assessor's office under 63-314, the county commissioners are required to furnish the assessor with additional funds and personnel that's as may be required to carry out the programs and mandates that we have. If you take a look at the chart, it shows that very little of those funds available have actually been utilized by the assessor's office over the years. And these decades of lean operations have left the assessor's office in a challenging position. We've been underfunded both staff-wise and for technology for years. And I want to take some time to talk about some of our accomplishments over the last year. Under Property Records Division, our administration, we recovered over $100,000 in taxes in 2024 for improperly claimed homeowners exemptions. We've instituted cross-training programs with land records and the treasurer's office to supplement staff for processing deadlines. So we collaborate and help each other out to make sure that we are meeting our deadlines and mandates. Document processing, 9,589 homestead exemptions last year. 5,678 property tax reductions and VA applications. Under land records, 5,319 new parcels were added to the assessment roll last year. That's almost another additional person that we would need in order to cover those, and yet we've somehow managed to do it without adding additional staff. Document processing, 23,227 ownership documents. We processed 132 subdivision plats. Addressing, created 3,383 new addresses. That's in Ada County. Boise City and Meridian actually do their own, so we don't handle those. We've been managing the data conversion that's necessary for the next generation of 911 implementation. We're working with Motorola, and we've been working with the sheriff's office to help with that implementation. Okay, I'm pretty proud of our department accomplishments. Without these dedicated employees that I have, it would not have been possible to get these things done. I am very blessed with great employees in every single department. Let's talk about the appraisal division. The 2025 reappraisal, they reappraised 47,000 residential parcels. We send out postcards to survey the records for accuracy. We sent out 24,500 this year, about half. Next year, we are going to send a postcard to every single one that's up for reappraisal, because it's important for us to make sure our data is accurate, especially if we are moving to a different software system. We have to make sure our records are accurate. 11,300 commercial parcels were reappraised. New construction, 6,433. New residential since January of 2024. And I want to talk a little about the workload that we have for our appraisers. This chart shows historically what the workload has been for appraisers. Canyon County, for example, has 6,000 parcels per appraiser, and the IAAO national average is 4,000. If you look at the top corner of the chart, our appraisals have an average of 7,700 parcels per appraiser. The numbers that we have, especially the new parcels added, would support me adding 7 new positions just to get the number down to the same parcel count that Canyon County has. But we are going to forego asking for any new appraisers this year. Let's talk about the DMV accomplishments for this year. We have pretty low wait times, 3 to 5 minutes average. We are handling a lot of dealer title services. We processed 48,347 dealer titles to date versus 46,964 in the same time frame last year, so that's an increase. Motor vehicles, we assisted with the opening of the STAR driver's license office. That was a collaborative effort between the sheriff's office, the city of STAR, and my office to add those additional services out in STAR. And it's been a wonderful collaboration with the sheriff's office, and we expect that we'll see more of that in the future. We're looking at an office in Kuna. We had hoped to have that open by now, but the city is providing the building for that, and that's been delayed. So hopefully we'll have a Kuna division, which will offer both title and registration facilities and driver's licenses with the sheriff sometime next year. We were recently approached by ITD and asked if we would make one of our offices available to help out with trying to catch up on STAR cards. Apparently, a lot of people put off getting their STAR cards, and the sheriff's office was booked out pretty far with appointments to try to get those completed. We said yes, whatever we can do to help, we'll do that. So our Chinden office is now helping with the STAR cards. In the first week, they processed 429. And that's in addition to the other services that we're providing in those offices, in that office. The DMV contributions to the general fund, revenues exceeding expenses. From 2015 to the current year, the DMV has put over $1.6 million into fund balance. Going back to 2005, it's over 3.6 million contributed into fund balance. The next thing that we have coming up, we are going to offer online virtual video registration renewals, and it will include video appointments and a virtual waiting room. So transactions from anywhere in Idaho can be done right here in Ada County through that process. Let's talk about turnover. That was a question that we were asked specifically to address. We're pretty pleased that our turnover percentage is one of the lowest in the county, because we know how expensive turnover is. And if you look at the last few years, there have been some years where the assessor's office prior to my tenure had pretty high turnover. One of them of note is a fiscal year 2021, which happens to coincide with the state's implementation of the GIM software, which I'm sure some of you remember was a bit of a nightmare. We've been working with HR to survey our employees and determine, if there are issues that need to be addressed, and then we've taken steps to address concerns of the employees, and I think that has been instrumental in maintaining a lower turnover rate. So let's talk about the budget summary. If you take a look at this chart, it shows current year and what we're asking for, and then the percentage changes. The personnel costs are 98%. That's what we get from the auditor's office. The 11% increase in admin is for a new position, an assistant chief deputy. We have a minus 73 in administration for the consultant. We had $250,000 that we were requested for the consultant. We have not spent all of that, and we won't spend the entire $250,000 this year. Ad valorem, it looks like a pretty high percentage increase, but that's for an $850,000 subscription, mainly for that, for new software. If you look at the budget change by division, this is ad valorem. We had one promotion, which was funded with savings, so there's no impact on the budget there. We have supplementals, $975,250. 3 of those are one-time fund balance items, and then, of course, the other one is the replacement for a CAMA of $850,000. In personnel, we had a promotion, or under ad valorem land records, we had a promotion funded with savings and a special salary adjustment also funded with savings. One of the items that we've asked for a one-time use of fund balance, just to give you some additional information, the oblique imagery, $47,000. We use that extensively in our reappraisal process because, as you know, with the trespassing laws in Idaho, we cannot go on site and inspect a property without the homeowner's consent. And I've been very clear with my staff that we will not trespass. So this provides an alternative for us to be able to look at a property from all sides and determine if there have been changes or if there are things in our records that are inaccurate that need to be corrected. It's not a perfect tool, but it certainly is quite helpful in most cases where we can't go on site. Under motor vehicles, we have one promotion that we funded with additional revenue. Under administration, we're seeking to add a position for a chief deputy, and that number includes both base salary and all of the benefits. And it's critical to provide support to the chief deputy. And we also need to be looking at succession planning, ensuring that we have some continuity of leadership and that institutional knowledge carries on beyond the retirement of one person, which I hope isn't going to happen anytime soon. We had one promotion that was funded with savings. This next slide illustrates the changes in department staffing. If you look at the assessor's office, the 15-year average, the increase has been just over 1%, which is dramatically lower than the other departments in the county. I mean, my office has been understaffed for years, and I'm seeing some of the problems associated with that. And keeping in mind that the growth during that time period, 39% growth in Ada County. So let's talk about the property tax system and the consultant that we hired. We were approved for $250,000 for the consultant. To date, we've spent $78,829 of that. We're projected to spend a total of $162,800 out of the $250,000. Pending approval, of course, for the CAMA property tax system replacement. We hired Soft Resources to take a look at our operation and software. This was motivated by a number of factors, one of which was IT telling us that the system we have in place is not sustainable long-term. Our system is using 30-year-old software, and Stephen O'Mara and his department have done a phenomenal job of putting Band-Aids on it and keeping it going, and it's now on life support, and we are at risk of having the system fail. That system, it's critical to the entire county because it's the basis for our whole property tax system and, assessing, collecting taxes. Treasurer Mon talked with you about this the other day, and she was very eloquent in her statements on why it's so important. It's vital not just to my department, it's vital not just for assessing and collecting taxes that we need to run the county, but it's also relied upon and used by every taxing district in Ada County for they rely on the accuracy of the data for their planning, and it impacts every property owner in Ada County. It's used by the public as well. On this next slide, we'll look a little more at the numbers. We're looking at about $4.5 million over the course of 3 years to replace the system. That's at the higher end of the estimate. We are hopeful, and our consultant is confident that we can negotiate some savings, but we don't know that for sure. These are one-time expenses that will cover the expenses to configure and implement the new software. Soft Resources surveyed 11 different companies that provide these services and gave us a range of the probable costs. That's how we arrived at the 4.5 million. And there's been a question as to whether we should wait for the state to implement a system. If you look at the number of parcels in Ada County, it dwarfs everything else in the state. And I don't think we want to rely on the state to come up with a system that's going to meet our needs. The average parcel count, if you take out Ada County, is 21,000 parcels per county. The other downside, or there are many, but another downside to having this done by the state is that they would control our destiny and the ongoing costs. Whatever software company they pick, if we utilize that, then we're stuck with whatever those subscription costs are that they negotiate. We also may not get the functionality that we need in the system. And we need flexibility and functionality in Ada County. We do things that are not done in other counties. We use mobile technology, for example, for data collection. We generate hundreds of different reports that are utilized by the 40 taxing districts in the state. Why is the property tax system replacement critical this year? There are several reasons listed here. Security risks. It was developed in the 1990s and built on an outdated technology. So we're vulnerable to security risks there. We have limited support. There are 2 Ada County employees who can maintain this system. And I think both are fairly close to retirement at some point. And then, of course, there's the risk that something catastrophic would happen to one or both of them. And I mean, then what? We can't afford to have a system failure. Legislative pressure. There's new property tax legislation seems like every year. So we have to be able to respond quickly. The recent bills for property tax relief push that system to the limit. I know Treasurer Mon's office spent a lot of overtime, as did mine, trying to implement the property tax changes over the last couple of years. This system is core to our county services. I mean, assessments and property taxes are the foundation for funding all of our services. And it just doesn't make sense to continue to rely on a system that's about 30 years old. The state is looking at a system. However, their timing doesn't work with Ada County's needs. It will easily be 5 to 6 years before they do anything. And we can't take the risk on what might happen in the meantime. And I think you'll hear from Stephen O'Mara on IT's perspective on the current system. And then the last thing I wanted to address is to give you an alternative method of funding the new position that we're looking at. We could change the allocation of salaries and move 30% of the assessor's salary, the chief deputy, and the proposed assistant chief deputy to the DMV side. And if we did that, or if you choose to do that, it would cover the overallocation that we're looking at in our budget, the 150+ thousand. And with that, I'd be happy to address any questions you have. I also have my entire management team here. I think they're all here. Yes, they're all here to address questions that you might have.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Any questions? Go ahead.
So for this alternative proposal, 30% of their salary would shift to the DMV side, so they'd kind of be getting paid by both, or?
Well, instead of, my salary, for example, is 100%, in the budget, it's 100% on the ad valorem side. None of my salary is paid through the funds, the DMV funds, even though obviously a portion of my time goes there. Same with the chief deputy. I mean, he spends a fair amount of time on DMV-related items, but the salary is 100% in the budget on the property tax side.
Do you know if this method has been done with any other positions, or has the clerk given any advice on this?
In other counties, for example, there are some counties where the assessor's salary is split between property tax and DMV. And it's something that we've talked about in the office for quite some time, because it's actually more accurate if you do it that way, because it more accurately reflects how we spend our time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You have any questions?
My questions are regarding the software questions, but I don't know if they'll come here, because you have the 850,000 in supplemental, as well as the CIP. Is it CIP? You have it in two places: the 4.5 million on total, and then the 937. I guess it's those figures. Clarify those figures, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I didn't catch the last part.
Okay, when you look at your, in your supplemental, it's 850,000, right?
Yes, that's for the software subscription.
And then in the extraordinary EOP, you have, the total project cost is 4.5 million, and then the FY '26 budget of 937,000.
The 4.5 million is allocated over 3 years, because that's how long it will take to actually implement it. So the 4.5 million would not be spent in 1 year. That's why if you go, let me go back to it. Let me find it. The chart that shows the allocation between this one. So it's spread out over a 3-year period.
So I guess part of my confusion is the 937,000 and the 850,000. Those two in FY '26.
It's two different things. One is for the software subscription, which is an ongoing cost that you have when you change to a vendor where you pay for the software. And this has been done in other departments. When you change to a new system, you not only pay for getting the system put into place, but you have an ongoing subscription cost every year. And eventually, the 850,000 would go into IT's budget. I mean, frankly, because this is a countywide system, all of this probably should have gone into IT budget instead of the assessor's office, because it's not just the assessor's office property tax system. It's the entire county's system.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So you're saying we're committing to an ongoing cost over more than 1 year. That's what you're saying?
Yes,
That's what we would be committing to?
yes. And that's typical anytime you make a software change. And I think many other, or most other departments have already made software changes that that needed to be made. Mine is, I think, the last one, and my office is operating on 30-year-old technology.
I understand the tenuous nature of the situation in that regard, but I'm just trying to clarify the cost. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Go ahead.
Could you or maybe Brad expand upon the need for a deputy, assistant deputy position?
Well, Brad, would you like to?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
I actually need about 4 of him, but I don't think I can clone him.
Yeah, we are ran pretty lean over there over the years, so I mean, I have to put on a lot of hats during the day to meet all my needs. And then one of the things that really kind of sparked this is my conversation with one of the other departments that's gone through this same scenario. And when they brought in new software, pretty much 100% of the chief deputy was committed to implementing that new software. And the assistant chief deputy basically handled the regular duties. And knowing that this is just right around the corner, I mean, I think it's imperative that we have this position. And then plus, she mentioned somebody coming up to retirement. It is still a few years away, but as we know, the institutional knowledge and everything, to see people walk out the door and to lose that and not have that overlap with people, to me, I don't want to leave our office in a position to where we find ourselves in that situation. So I think it's critical that this is a succession plan, that somebody can come into this position and move forward in our office and carry forward everything without losing a bunch of knowledge. So to me, there's a lot of justification. I can talk about it for another 20 minutes, but it is critical from my point of view.
Would it be somebody from within the department?
We have qualified people from within, but I mean, I would find that out when the position would be open, and just find out who the best candidate is.
We'll look at both internal and external candidates.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Just as, I don't know, both of you might want to answer this. The proposal you just made, the 30-30 and the split, has that been vetted? And I think Commissioner Davidson has that question with the clerk, but also with HR. How far has that been discussed, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, this is the last minute. I know we've been looking at our budget, and we know we have a lot of stuff that are over allocation. So in talking with Rebecca, we were trying to brainstorm ways that we could maybe try to bring us down to a flat budget. We know, I mean, that's always our goal. And we made a lot of savings in other departments, but we felt like this might be just kind of a opportunity to find some kind of savings towards the end where we're not increasing property taxes. We're just kind of making it probably the way it should be, like Rebecca said.
Go ahead.
And then in answer to, again, the clarification of Commissioner Davidson's question, other counties, you indicated that other counties have done this, are doing this. Is it widespread? Is it in Idaho, or is it? And what size of the counties?
Yeah, Commissioner, it's been a little while since I asked the question of other counties, and I don't remember what the exact number was, but I did ask the question of other counties, and there are some where it's just 100% on the property tax side. And there are some where it's split in various ways, but I don't have all those numbers in front of me.
Thanks.
All right. You have any questions?
Do you know if the reason they split it was for budget constraints, or did they do it just as a matter of policy to recognize that, you wear different hats?
Oh, I think it was done to reflect the accurate distribution of what their duties are and what they do. We do wear different hats, and it more accurately reflects what we do.
Okay. Well, I have a question on this computer thing. From what I understand, the code is kind of nebulous. It says that the state will pay for it, but it doesn't say they actually will pay for it. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, there is a code that states that the state will pay for our software. In all my years we've been here, we've built our own in-house software in the 90s, and we've never tied in with the state or with our software before.
So in other words, they say they'll pay for it, but they never have.
Apparently.
Well, that's weird. Well, maybe we can just send them a bill or something.
Sounds good.
Sounds like a great idea.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman's follow-up. So is that ever, that you're aware of in the association, has that question ever been asked of the state through the Assessors Association or Association of County? Has that issue ever been addressed vis-a-vis the state? Have we ever asked that question, any county or as an organization?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of it having been asked, but I've not been around very long. So it could have been something that was addressed years ago and I wouldn't necessarily know about it. But to my knowledge, I don't have any idea if it's really been addressed.
What is the software that some of the other larger counties use for their like Canyon County, Kootenai County, maybe Bonneville County?
Do you know what Canyon County uses?
I know Canyon County's running a ProVal software. That's what they run. I know some of the computer arts, I think, is around 7 counties around the state, and then which is also Aumentum. But there's a handful of different software around the state, and I know that's one of the reasons the state would like to have a statewide system where everyone was on the same platform.
I thought Canyon County was on Aumentum as well.
I believe ProVal and Aumentum are tied, so you're talking the administrative side versus the appraisal side, CAMA side. So I think Aumentum is the main company, and then they have ProVal that works with it. So it's basically 2 companies that run it, but I believe they're under one umbrella.
What's the state software right now?
I have no idea. They're just working with all the other, I believe it's the computer arts, the AS400.
All right, I don't have any more questions. Anybody else here? Okay, well, thank you.
One more question.
Oh, one more.
With all the different license plate styles that the legislature comes up with, does that add an extra cost to your office, or is it just the same cost to administer?
Well, we don't pay for plates, so
I mean, in administrative time or anything like that?
I
don't think so.
Yeah, I don't believe it would cost us anymore, so. Have you seen the new plates? We have them over there.
I've been waiting for the Don't Tread on Me license plates to come out. Have you got those yet?
We have a sample one over there, but they're not going to start selling it until after Juneteenth holiday.
Well, maybe I'll come take a look.
So,
Come over and take a look.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right.
Chair, Commissioners, at this point, I'd like to reintroduce Richard Beck, who's going to talk about our CIPs and EOEs.
Okay. Hello, Richard. Welcome back again.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm just going to,
This is Dev Services then.
this is not dev services. No. Yeah, I'm just going to attempt to present a just a very brief overview of the capital investment program. You've been hearing, just as you heard from Assessor Arnold, about various capital projects and requests from the offices and departments. Just give you a brief overview from our transformation board on their recommendations for this fiscal year. Just want to thank our transformation board members. We've got ACSO Chief Deputy Justin Dussault, Prosecutor Jan Bennett, Clerk Trent Triple, Treasurer Beth Mon, CIO Stephen O'Meara, and Operations Director Bob Carney, and Trial Court Administrator Sandra Barrios. And I also do want to thank Kelly Ingram in Development Services, Anthony Locksmith in the Clerk's Office for the key roles that they play as well. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, to be brief, I'm going to jump into the quick overview of the CIP. Obviously, to help the Transformation Board compare the projects, we have two different types. We have CIP and EOE. You've been hearing those acronyms throughout the budget presentations. CIP projects usually relate to physical facilities, assets like remodels and building improvements. EOE are those things that support county services like software systems. And in response to a call for projects this year, we received 9 CIP and 4 EOE projects. In looking at the CIP first, Transformation Board at their meeting in April prioritized all of the CIP requests in the order listed on the screen. These projects originally called for a total of just over $10 million in general funds in FY26. We did hear, hopefully I caught most of the conversation. We did hear from Prosecutor Bennett that there may be alternate funding for the top priority there that may reduce the amount called for by the $184,000. And then you also heard from, number 6 on the list. You heard from Parks Director Coburg that he made the request to go ahead and request that fund balance be applied instead of general fund dollars to accommodate the Barber Park Greenbelt Pathways restoration. So if you remove those 2 projects from the general fund consideration, it would reduce the ask to just under about $9.5 million. And then looking at EOE requests, there were 4 of those prioritized again by the Transformation Board in the order on the screen, calling for a total of just slightly over $6 million, but 2.455 in FY26. Again, that's the difference in the overall project costs for the CAMA software that you just heard about, calling for $937.5 in the initial FY26 for the initiation of the project. And then taken together, looks like the cost of all 13 projects originally was $12 million, just shy of $12.5 million. Again, removing that prosecutor project as well as the Parks project, if that's what you choose to do, drop it below $12 million for the total cost in FY26. Let me advance. New for this year, the Transformation Board did have some secondary recommendations for some of the specific projects. I'm happy to go into these if you'd like, or you can feel free to choose if there's some that you would like to explore further. For example, number 5, the recommendation, they recommended that the county consider the use of fund balance, and that's exactly what Director Coburg saw this recommendation and pursued that as well. I think there was a second recommendation, number 9, that was also the sponsor also chose to follow the recommendation. Happy to dive into any of those if you'd like. But ultimately, the Transformation Board is recommending that you attempt to fund as many of the important, urgent, or the red projects on the list as possible this fiscal year. I will note that not reflected on the chart are some funding obligations that will be associated with committed projects. So those are projects that were approved this current fiscal year in FY25. I know the Sheriff's Office has 3 projects. Let's see if I run them down here. We've got the jail records project, jail management system project, and taser replacement projects that are underway that will call for about $2.3 million to continue those projects forward. They're underway, difficult to stop at this point. So that will affect the amounts that are being asked for. And then you've obviously heard about the fleet management CIP project for FY25, looking for 1.61, if that figure's still correct. That would also affect the available funds. And again, maybe there's an opportunity there for you to consider pausing that or removing that balance from consideration. But that's essentially the quick, high-level overview. I think we have most project sponsors here in the room. I'm not sure if we have a representative of Parks and Waterways or the prosecutor's office, but I think everybody else is here. I have heard from a few project sponsors have expressed, or questioned if there would be opportunity to share additional information. So there may be some in the audience who either have questions or additional information based on what they've heard through the budget presentations. But I think now is potentially your chance to ask for additional questions from project sponsors if there's questions that have come to mind. But other than that, unfortunately, I don't have the details on these specific projects, but happy to try to answer any general questions that you may have.
All right. Anybody, any general questions you want to ask? Board?
Again,
Go ahead.
just a clarification. So you said the ones that have been specifically removed or requested probably be removed. Number 1 and number 6, correct? That's the prosecutor and Parks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I back up here on this slide, number 1 and number 6 is correct. So, and I hesitate to use the word removed, but Prosecutor Bennett said identified the potential to apply other funds that I'm not familiar with.
Balance.
And then the Parks Director proposed in his budget for fund balance to cover that cost. So potentially they could be removed from the list.
That's why I meant removed from this list. And then you said something about number 5 as well. So what's that might be changed as well, or might be adjusted, or was I wrong? Just trying to get I marked them down, but I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah, I don't recall saying anything about number 5, the treasurer clerk remodel. Yeah, I didn't comment on that one.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Daly, on those, for instance, that wouldn't be removed from the list, the funding source would change.
Correct.
So the green belt, it wouldn't be general fund needed, it would just be completely fund balanced.
So it would shift in funding. I guess that's what I meant by remove.
It would still be a CIP that needs to be approved.
Right.
But just the funding source would be different.
Right. With all of them, even different funding sources, like number 1, they'd be different funding source, but the funding source would be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions about any of the projects from the board? Any other questions? Go ahead.
Maybe somebody could discuss the vehicle shop expansion and the need for that.
Good afternoon, Chairman Beck, Commissioners. So the vehicle shop is used 7 days a week right now. We've added 2 employees. It's constantly being used to handle more than 350 assets that we have as far as boats, vehicles, buses, motorcycles, UTVs, the whole gamut. And so the vehicle shop currently, as it stands, is completely full, which creates some problems. And when I say full, we utilize every bay. The people who work there have to share the bays, but they can do that because they're working separate parts of the week. But when it comes to storage, when we order parts, so if we order a group of 15 to 30 vehicles, which isn't uncommon, we have to order the parts to be able to accommodate the build out of those vehicles. So first and foremost, we have nowhere to store our extra parts. It is overflowing with storage. And we've tried to revamp the way we do it in this upstairs portion of the shop. And in doing that, some of our storage racks, we have been told by the fire marshal that we are too close to the sprinkler system, and so we've had to readjust how we handle putting things in there, so then we got to put Connex boxes outside.
So we have Connex boxes, we have an overflowing shop full of parts. Then you have the workers who are working in there. The shop itself does not have air conditioning. That poses a problem, and it's very uncomfortable for them. They don't have air conditioning. There are trip hazards because there's pumps and hoses and stuff everywhere in there. Again, we try to do the best with what we have, but it has gotten to a point where it isn't exactly the safest environment. We haven't fortunately had anybody get hurt, but we don't want that to happen. We want to accommodate our employees with a good facility where they can go to work and they can be comfortable and work hard. And I'm telling you, the people in our shop work extremely hard. So we have a variety of needs. The shop itself, we added an individual a couple years ago. She's basically the administrative assistant for the shop. She's in a cubicle that sits 4 feet away from the restroom. It's really not the best place for her to be, but it's the only place that we were able to create for her to be in there, so that way she could do some of the administrative tasks so that the technicians can be working on the vehicles. So we'd really like to get her into a place where she's not directly next to the restroom and a little more comfortable for her. It's just an old, antiquated space, and it's difficult for us to keep up with the demand in a safe, effective manner. We want to be more efficient, so we're requesting the funds to expand the footprint of the shop so that we can continue to utilize that space and move into the future.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'll go sit down unless you have
another
more
question?
ACSO.
Just to follow up.
Yes.
Now, we just did major renovations to that facility in last year's, or this current year's budget, correct?
So we've done property and evidence, we've done a lot of upgrades, but the shop has not been fully upgraded.
In that facility, in that general, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we've upgraded materials, we've upgraded equipment, but the actual infrastructure itself, we haven't upgraded any of that or changed any of that in a long time.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions?
For number 8, and that's not you, though.
Go ahead.
Unless you want to answer the question on number 8, which is the memorial.
Sure. So the memorial, as you know, it's kind of a two-prong effect here. So we are looking for a way to honor and memorialize those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. In my nearly 27 years of working at the sheriff's office, we never had that occur. We never had anything like what we have gone through in the last couple of years ever in the history of the sheriff's office, but times have changed. So I don't want you to think that it's just a memorial for Tobin Bolter, although it is. It's a memorial to represent the fallen officers, deputies, that unfortunately may occur in the future. It's an ability for our employees to take time to just memorialize what's going on, give respect to the friends and family and the fallen. And so we've asked to create a memorial out front that just basically gives some sort of respect to those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. Now, as mentioned, when we participated in the transformation board, there was discussion about trying to find alternative funding sources through charities or the Peace Officer Memorial Fund. We haven't done that, but we certainly could if this was something that just wasn't going to happen, because to our employees, this is incredibly important, and so we want to get this accomplished, but we're trying this step first. If this doesn't work, then we'll try other avenues. I just don't know. We just haven't done that. And I don't know how we would go about getting that kind of money. Sure, there's businesses that may want to donate. I know we've already talked about putting bricks, so as we complete this, people will be able to buy bricks and actual pavers that go in the ground that can help subsidize the costs. But ultimately, we're trying to honor the fallen.
You partially answered my question. Have you explored other options?
No, we have not at this time.
Thanks.
Okay. You have another quick, go ahead.
Since you're up here already, do you want to discuss number 9, self-substation land?
Absolutely. So for the duration of my career, one of the things we've always tried, so as a patrol deputy, you want to be able to go to a facility, write your reports, eat your lunch, go to the restroom, that is in proximity to the area where you have received calls for service. We've always had the station at Barrister. We have our contract cities, but there's kind of this area out in unincorporated where we do not have facilities for our deputies to go and remain in the areas where they respond to calls. So what we've done is kind of, through a very kind generosity of fire departments, we will usually reserve an office in so for instance, Boise Fire Station 14, we have an office in there. We have an office at the fairgrounds. We're basically borrowing space that at any given time we could be told, you no longer have that. And then where do our people go? So we want to make sure that we have the ability to somehow move into the future by getting creating a substation. But what always happens is we talk about a substation, and then we have to wait until next fiscal or months down the road to even potentially get the money, and by then the land is gone. And so we're trying to figure out a way to get some land and then move in. There would be additional requests to build the infrastructure, but that would help facilitate, a variety of needs depending on the size of what we would buy to accommodate some of our parking. We have a lot of parking issues at the Barrister facility. We would maybe, consider co-locating, if there was operations or a variety of different things. We would look to be the most responsible way we could, but we have to have a means for our deputies to respond quickly, but have a place to write their reports and do the things I mentioned. And so the only way to do that is start preparing, and first step would be to buy land.
Okay. Any other questions while we're here? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on any of the other projects? I think we've got it. Okay, we'll move on then. Master's Facilities Plan.
Okay, Mr. Chair, here to present an update on the Master's Facility Plan is Senior Project Manager from Operations, Josh Brown. I have been told, although you might experience it for yourself, that he tells very good jokes, so we'll find out.
Hello, Josh.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Kidding. That's a joke. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I am very pleased to go last. One of the privileges of going last is I get the opportunity to hear every other presentation, and also to see the fatigue kind of come over you guys over the last few days. So kudos to you and your ability to sit through these presentations. I know it's a big lift. We're at the end. Master facilities plans affect everyone. Everyone that's working in the county walks into a facility, or they're in a vehicle that's serviced at a vehicle shop that keeps their vehicle on the road. If you're getting weed and pest sprayed on your property or an adjacent property, there's a truck shop that's servicing that vehicle. Our facilities are vast. We cover a lot of ground. As we talk about the master facilities, I try to paint a picture of the scope, and it's difficult, right? We look at dots on a map, and we talk about square footages. In this particular case, we have 43 facilities that spread out over 1.6 million square feet. But it never tells the whole story. It never talks about the services that are rendered by those facilities. As I was listening to all the presentations, I keyed in on a bunch of keywords that were used a lot. Number one, growth. Our county is experiencing growth. Over the last 5 years, it's been insane. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. Essential. People talk about how essential their service is and how essential these county services are that we offer. Heard the word critical several times throughout the presentation. But one that we have cued in on a lot over this season is those requirements that are there by statute, right? What are we doing that is required by law to serve our community? So we're going to talk a little bit about those requirements today. I'm not going to go into deep detail. Before I go diving into these facility details, I want to take a minute. We breeze over all the work that gets done. We breeze over a CIP list that we think just falls out of thin air, right? Where do these numbers come from? So I'm going to use this moment to thank all those people that are involved in putting all of this together. And I'm going to start with a small little team of a few project managers that sit at their desk and look at spreadsheets and manage all of these contracts. Most of those things that you saw up there on that list were put together by a project manager, either Deborah Phillips or Jeremiah Cameron or Alex Murray, where they're calling subcontractors, they're calling vendors, they're looking back through historical data. And as you know, we report to you often that there are, at any given time, anywhere from 80 to 100 projects going on in the county. We have approximately $90 million worth of projects under management. Those just don't happen. And a lot of that stuff is happening behind the scenes. I want to specifically thank the procurement department. I did a little texting back and forth with them before I walked up here. More than 50% of the projects that they touch are for us, for our project management team and the operations staff, to get these things out on the street. And you can't say anything without giving as much praise as you possibly can to our prosecuting attorney's office. All of these contracts that we put in place have to be reviewed by their team and make sure that we're following the requirements set forth by the law. So with all that, I just felt like since I had the podium for a moment, I just wanted to say thank you to all of them. And especially want to thank you guys because all of this master facility planning, it's not quick. It takes a lot of meetings. It takes a lot of us coming up to your office and sharing very detailed information, and you ask a lot of tough questions of us, and we appreciate you being thoughtful in your decision making. So with all those thank yous aside, I'm going to go ahead and move forward. So we were talking about master facilities and the fact that people think of it as buildings, right? Where's the brick and mortar? Where's my desk? Where do I go to the water fountain? Where do I go to the bathroom? But I want to expand your thinking a little bit. Ada County landfill is 2,600 plus acres of trash being piled up. Every 5 years, we're building a 30 plus acre cell. Those cells are 16, this coming year would possibly be $20 million. The amount of effort and lift that's involved in the planning and the discussions with the engineers and the local jurisdictions, it just goes unnoticed, right? Magically, a new spot appears and there's a new place to put trash. So the landfill, I think Director Herb Cantu made a good point. It's essential, right? We provide a service that is essential, and yes, it is an enterprise fund, but we have to account for how those facilities operate, and are they doing it to those buzzwords, efficient, essential, critical, are we doing it right? We breeze over something that never gets talked about enough, and that is parking. Where do we put people? When they bring their car to work, where do they end up? This year, we spent a lot of time with Ada County Sheriff's Office and their team just looking at different possibilities for future parking. You know that the facility, we plan to grow it over the next few years if the funding all comes together. Phase 1 is already underway. We're not getting a ton of parking out of that expansion because we need the space to house inmates. So we're always looking at ways to accommodate people when they get to work and where they're going to put their car. I just want to warn everybody that the real estate's shrinking, right? I mean, we're running out of places, and we have to be very thoughtful in how we plan ahead on that. Something we have celebrated a lot during this budget presentation. I think Mr. Rutherford made the comment that almost every presentation referenced the park at Expo Idaho, but recreation is a big part of our community's identity. The foothills, of course, provide a lot of that. Barber Park in the float season is, you don't talk about living in Boise without talking about your experience on the Boise River. And thanks to careful planning and a lot of thought on your part and other stakeholders, we're adding another jewel to the Greenbelt, and that is the park at Expo Idaho. That is a facility. It's going to require maintenance. It's going to require keeping up with the parking. There's a lot of cameras that'll be out there to watch the skateboard guys, so people can get online to look at to see if their kids are where they said they were going to be. So once again, facilities, not just brick and mortar. It's recreation, it's all of these critical services that take care of the needs on a molecular level. So I'm going to keep these slides in here from now to the end of time. Okay, as long as I'm giving this presentation, I think it's important that we always review the principles behind facility planning. I didn't make these up. I went to industry standard AIA, other jurisdictional documents that were created, including our own master facility plan. And the principles behind planning is, number one, are you meeting the needs and the priorities? Are we assisting? Are we helping you? Are we helping elected officials? Are we helping directors in forecasting future capital investments? Once again, going back to these CIP plans, how do we come up with those numbers? Are we being diligent and smart in counting the cost before we release the project to start? And timing, right? I mean, are we doing this far enough in advance to where we're not being reactive, we're being proactive? So those services, we talked about them being provided at the required level. I thought a wonderful slide that Sheriff put up was over, 70-something statutes and then sub-statutes. It's the same way with facilities. We're required to provide these services, and we're diligent in doing so. Are we providing the services in a correct location in the most effective and fiscally responsible manner? We're going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Are those critical facilities adequate to support county services? Once again, if everyone gets up here and they talk about how essential and critical their services are we providing that service and giving those facilities the attention they need to help these elected officials and directors provide it at an adequate level? But this is the big one, right? Are we adapting? Are we adapting to what's happening in our community? So we're going to key in on that one for just a moment. I'm going to go back to a slide that I update every year. We're now to 2025. We'll reference back to 2020. 77,000 additional employees in Ada County. Where is everyone moving, right? So over 40,000, close to 50,000 of those new citizens are moving to the CUNA, Meridian, and Star location. Rebecca Arnold and several others have talked about new facilities. The driver's license facility that's out in Star, we're working towards completing the one out in CUNA. I'm here to report that we are adapting. We're looking at ways to provide a lot of those critical services in the area where the population is expanding the most. So this one I'm going to keep up every year until we get a new master facilities plan, which we'll talk about in a moment. And that is, in 2018, we established priorities, and we've been checking them off the list, which leaves us to really just a few things, right? The public safety building, which we've done a good job of planning for that, and plans are in place to expand the building. The PSB, which is down at the very bottom, I believe, and a lot of the people in the Space Planning Committee believe that that's the next high priority spot to start evaluating. And of course, we'll always leave the county admin building and the courthouse renovations on that list. So what's next? A reminder, last year you commissioned us and directors and elected officials to put together a space planning committee. Since we've put together that space planning committee, we've been bringing recommendations to the board that were thoroughly vetted, discussed. Pricing exercises were done through a lot of these committee meetings. And we're going to continue to keep meeting, right? We're not just going to take wild stabs in the dark as to what we think are necessary. We're going to vet it out. They're going to discuss it, debate it, and then bring forth the ideas that they think are most important for you to vote on and to discuss. So when we bring those recommendations to you, I think it's important to know that we are bringing them to you with preliminary designs. You're going to have cost estimates, and you're going to have everything you need to make a good decision. A wise man once said, only a fool starts a project before counting the cost, right? And we've been guilty of that on occasion. So we're going to do what we can and be more diligent to count the cost before we move forward and make recommendations. And then let's go on to master facility plan. You approved last year a budget of $150,000 to procure or hire a consultant to help us with revising our master facility plan. Great submissions. We had the opportunity to go through their submissions and look at their processes and how those processes fit the county needs. And we made a selection. The Clearwater group with GGLO is currently, we're working to complete their contract, and we'll get them underway here shortly. This process is all-inclusive. We'll be reaching out to elected officials, directors, department heads, and we're gonna probe them a little bit. What are you doing? How are you doing it? How much space is required for you to do it? Have you identified software that can handle some of the needs? And we're gonna, as we go through these phases, your team, the county commissioners, will be included in that, and we're gonna cap it off, hopefully in the next 7 months. We'll come back to you with a comprehensive plan that'll be packaged up and presented, and then we can implement that into our overall master facility plan, and that'll guide us in making decisions moving forward. So good planning. We've got some good success stories. We've done pretty good. The coroner's facility, as you know, we moved into it in 2024, but that left another building vacant, and that's the Morris Hill property. The trial court administration team moved out to Elder, a lovely new facility, and that left their old facility vacant. We talked about last year, what would it look like if we converted the Morris Hill property into a warehouse where we could have some good space. You saw on the CIP request this year that the team prioritized that one relatively high. We spend approximately $50,000 to $60,000 a year in rental for storing stuff, right? Stuff that needs to be kept, evidence, records, ice melt, old tires, right? I mean, there's just a lot of things that take up space. We consulted with a design team, and we picked up, let's see, I got the numbers here. We picked up about 1,100 pallets that, and really changed the narrative in the county. Get a manager that manages that facility. Someone could make a call and say, hey, I need to pull some records. Would you mind going and pulling them off the rack, have them ready for me? It would absolutely change the way we store things throughout the county. So depending on whether or not that gets approved, we're ready to move forward with that. The elections remodel, as the trial court administration team moved out, the elections team moved in directly from the first floor up to the second floor. That project is underway, and it's scheduled for a move-in for phase 1 next Monday. We're going to start hooking some computers up and moving the team in. We just passed the fire inspection today. Then phase 2 will start, and there'll be a brand new facility there instead of a vacated space. With that, I stand for questions, and but no jokes, no jokes.
I like your quote.
Yeah, that's directly from you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions from the board? Any questions? Okay. Go ahead. If you're gonna have a question, go ahead.
So we are where we are. Where are we in terms of the one having a plan to present to us so that we can then, because some of the things we're doing right now would fit, in my opinion, would fit better into a long-term facility plan. We're doing things because we're doing things that we need to be done now because we need to accommodate now. But if we had a facilities plan, it would work, seems to me would work better. So where are we in terms of that whole analysis?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Daley, the best answer to that is it depends. What area are you looking, right? The master facility plan itself, we have the consultant in place, and we're going to start the process. We don't even have the contract done yet. But the master facility plan, once you have it, it's not an end all, right? It doesn't solve all the problems. And the word "it depends," Let me back up. Chief Deputy Dussault stepped up here a moment ago and talked about the vehicle shop. I was the one that put together the budget for the vehicle shop. Not only did I put together the budget, I walked 3 times the vehicle shop with the mechanics out there. We opened up every closet. We looked at the condition of the lift. We looked at the drainage. We looked at the constraints of the property. I would put that thing to the top of the list. When you look at the working conditions that these guys are, once again, I don't have a vote in the say. But where we are, that's urgent, right? That should have been addressed 10 years ago. When he says every bay is full with guys working up against tires that are pulled off the bay, using them to sit on to get things done. It's hotter than you can imagine in that facility. So that's just one example, right? Could the warehouse facility meet the needs for the next 20 years? Absolutely. Is it an immediate need that it's got everybody tied up right now? Yeah, maybe not so, but it's something we need to be looking at, and we have plans in place. So I just want to reiterate, it depends, right? There's places you go in this facility right here where people are living in beautiful offices, and I can take you down the hall where somebody's been put in a storage closet, right? So for that person that's working out of a storage closet or a small little space, it's urgent, right? It's the time to get them out of that space and start looking at different options. But, I have a very decent office, right? And I'm okay. So it all depends. Where we are in the process depends on the situation at that time.
Go ahead.
I agree with you. And when he was talking about the facility, the public safety facility, and you showed the overall operation there, and we're fixing it piecemeal and just storage, because one of the components was storage. So if we had the storage facility, would that facilitate the operation of that location? Yes, in terms of what he described. So it's a chicken and an egg kind of a thing as well. In answer, that's why I asked you the question, because at some point in time, it's going to be useful or necessary for us to have an overall game plan for doing incrementally the kinds of things you're talking about.
Right.
So
Mr. Daly, that's an excellent point. If I can add to that, it's also a domino effect, right? Chicken and egg's a great analogy, but once you fix something, a lot of times it frees up some space somewhere else. The sheriff mentioned that facility is 50 years old. I've got a great little video I've been trying to put together over the last couple of months of a time frame of what the site looked like. You can get on Google Earth and kind of put that together. When you design something in 1974, right, you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what 2025 looks like. You make some good educated guesses, and you can see from old Google Earth images, there were some cow pastures around there, right? I mean, you were building on the outskirts of Boise, which now the jail is, it's the middle of town, right, for lack of better words. So to your point, Commissioner Daly, chicken and the egg plays a big part in this, but the domino effect, once we fix something, it helps us free up space to adjust to other needs.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Would that vehicle shop expansion be large enough that it could accommodate non-sheriff vehicles in our fleet? Or is it just going to be just enough space for them?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davidson, it's the bare minimum. First of all, as you know, you've been out on that property many times. We're constrained by space, particularly parking, right? We spend a lot of time talking about how much training happens at the sheriff's office. A lot of times that means these guys are coming off the street, going back to the facility, are parking down the street to come into the facility to get their training. We're doing the bare minimum, Commissioner Davidson. It's enough to add 2 more bays, if I remember correctly, and those bays will get filled immediately. And some of the stuff that's in those Connex boxes, it's building some racking on the inside to bring it back in, so they're not going and climbing through a hot Connex box in the middle of August to find some of their product. So to your point, I don't foresee an opportunity to help other agencies out with this. This will be enough to help us right now.
So you feel that that's the most pressing facility need for Ada County at the moment?
Man, I've got my back to the crowd right now. I might take a bullet. There's a lot of needs, Commissioner Davidson. There are a lot of needs. That's a big one, in my opinion.
What do you think is the next most critical?
Wow, I didn't realize I'd be getting those questions. I'm not on the board. I'm not involved with all those discussions with the Transformation Board, and I know that everyone can make a great argument. And at that moment in your department, it feels very important and very critical, right? A lot of these things that you see on that list have been put off for years, right? Because something else was more critical. That vehicle shop is critical. I mean, I only because I watched those guys, in the middle of August last year, with sweat pouring down their face, and it's not ideal work conditions at all.
Okay. All right, no more questions for the master's facility plan then? We'll move forward then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Wants to close it out?
Okay, that is the last presentation. We will resume deliberations on Monday morning at 9 a.m.
Don't forget about this evening.
Oh, and we have the public comment starting at 5.
Yeah, we'll.
That popular, popular.
We will adjourn until 5 o'clock then. It's good afternoon, late afternoon. Today is the 11th day of June. The time is 5 o'clock. The Board of Commissioners is in session. All three commissioners are present. We have with us also all of our elected officials. We can identify yourself for the record on the way, all the way around. Go ahead.
Trent Triple, County Clerk. Rich Riffle, County Coroner.
Jan Bennett, Ada County Prosecutor.
Matt Clifford, Ada County Sheriff.
Rebecca Arnold, Ada County Assessor.
Beth Mon, Ada County Treasurer.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you all being here. This is the culmination of our budget hearings. We've had a couple of days of listening to all of our elected officials and our department heads and their budget requests, and we'll be taking up those deliberations on Monday. But today we're having a public hearing for anyone, because we've had this on, we've broadcast it, we've had it on YouTube for anybody to listen. And so today is a day for coming up and tell us what you think, if you have anything you want to say. Is there anybody here wish to testify? There's one right there. There's one back there. All right, come on up first. You're up first. Identify yourself for the record.
Y'all know me.
Well, no, well, we're
For the record.
For the record.
I know. Daniel Murphy out of Boise, Idaho. And, well, first of all, I want to...
Well, welcome to the meeting tonight. We appreciate you coming.
Well, thank you, sir. I didn't see any of the budget hearings, but I just want to say, overall, you guys are doing a good job, you know. The fair, Western Idaho State's Fair is doing a good job.
You know anybody on that board?
I know someone.
Yeah.
He's a great guy, too.
Yeah.
And Sheriff Clifford doing a good job. His deputies haven't pulled me over, okay?
Not yet.
I hope Rich is going to take good care of me one day. But anyways, being positive to start out is okay. The reason why I'm here has a little bit to do, and I think, and I wanted to see if I can give these three sheets to the commissioners, maybe? Is that acceptable?
If you what?
Give you my testimony, or should I just say it?
You can go ahead, whatever you like, whatever it feels, makes you feel
Okay.
more comfortable.
I hear there might be some sort of Idaho Doge where some in government may want to cut the costs. Number one, on the chopping block should be the Valley Regional Transit. The empty buses that travel around the Treasure Valley, while Director Elaine Clegg rakes in $145,000 every year, and then her staff members total up to $822,000, and not including, of course, the other 65 employees' salaries plus maintenance and administration. I got the figures from the Transparent Idaho. So you drive around Ada County and other places, you see empty buses, and that's not really prudent, in my opinion. And the funny part is, the drivers who are responsible for the safety of 1, 2, or 3 riders make a paltry part-time $17 an hour. The Treasure Valley grew up as an automotive transportation mode. People like freedom to use their cars to take them wherever they want to go. Yet certain politicians I don't agree with think the Treasure Valley is Europe and want to make the area into a bunch of little 15-minute cities where government forces lower employee citizens to walk, bike, or take a bus to their destination. The certain politicians don't agree with that saving the planet using electric buses is the way to go. VRT electric buses siphon electricity from households and businesses across Idaho. So I'm really thinking that who's ever in charge of, I know Ada County supplements a little bit of the Valley Regional Trans, but they need to look into a better way to transport those in need, like maybe give them, come up with some kind of a stipend where they can prove that they need transportation for maybe a Uber ride, a couple of $100s a month. They have to qualify, of course, and it'd be only used to go to work and not for play. Anyways, this has nothing to do with the county, but I want to put on the record my dissatisfaction with the Ada County Highway District, okay? And I think I've talked to a few mayors, and they agree that maybe it needs to be disbanded. ACHD in 1971 was founded as a roadway district. Today, it seems to be more of a bicycle, green paint, sidewalk district. HDHD, which bothers me a lot, is negligent in street repairs. I'm not talking about major project per se, where Ada County Highway District always seems to have to institute some sort of a biking entity. In Ada County, biking is a recreational activity, and ACHD, in my opinion, is controlled by the bicycle lobby. If anyone has driven to Costco on Cole Road going southbound, where Ada County Highway District meets the Idaho Transportation Department pavement, there's a big bump, okay, on 100 yards north of Overland, 100 yards south of Overland, and also on Overland, 100 yards each way. I've told former Ada County Highway District Director Bruce Wong at least twice, the Ada County Highway District girls at a golf tournament 2 years ago, I told some woman who was second in command as well over a year ago, I went in front of the ACHD board. I told the new director, Ryan Head, after his testimony before the legislature a few months ago, he said it would be done during summer. Well, summer's here, Ryan Head. Another gripe I have with ACHD is they refuse to raise the low manhole covers without about the county. Overland, State Street, Vista, Maple, and Locust Grove have huge low manhole covers. On Victory Avenue between South Cananero Way and South Ithaca Avenue, ACHD spends thousands of dollars to widen the road. I said yay at the time of construction. No, the widening was for the one bicyclist a month that might travel on that shoulder. ACHD has plenty of money for needless green paint, but not enough money to white and yellow paint some of the streets that need it, especially the intersection of off-ramp from I-84 to Cole Road. I mean, there's no crosswalks or anything. It's all faded. Anyways, I think we need to consider someone in the commission, maybe have a little sit-down with Ada County Highway District to get their act together regarding repairs, these kind of smooth repairs, not major contracts. I'm talking those everyday repairs, raising the manhole covers, the bumps on Cole Avenue, those kind of places. And but overall, I think all you guys are doing a pretty good job, other than my two beefs.
Well, thank you, Dan. Do you have any questions for any of us? Anybody on the board have any questions for Dan?
No, just thank you for coming out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Commissioner Davidson has something for you.
I'll respond to the VRT question, because we did bring it up in earlier today when Steve Rutherford was presenting the commissioner's budget, because that does come out of ours. And, you know, I expressed a concern. It's the same concern we have every year of the low ridership on the bus. And you feel put in a position where, well, if it's not working, we should cut it. But then there's always a reason to keep it going, that, well, if we don't, the position of VRT is that, well, if you don't put more money into it to improve it, then you won't get the ridership. And so it's always this push between, you know, the Ada County and all the other governments who fund it, and VRT, who says, well, they're underfunded, and if we don't get more money, we won't get the ridership. But I do find it frustrating that it seems like no matter what VRT does, you never see the buses full all the time anywhere they go. And I'm certainly open to other transportation options, but it is always a source of debate every year, and we haven't seemed to completely solve the issue. We're just sort of tinkering around the edges with it, but we haven't solved the issue yet for sure.
Well, I'll just finish with thanking you, Commissioner Davidson, and when everyone on this board drives over a low manhole cover, just think of me.
I agree with that. I've noticed that I feel the bumps from the low manhole covers almost everywhere I go, and it is frustrating. And even though we don't have direct authority over ACHD, I hope they do get the memo that those kinds of repairs should be prioritized, because it can't be good for cars to go over that many bumps. And as for the proposal of disbanding ACHD, that's really up to the legislature, and we're in communication with them, and we've kind of taken the position that, you know, if the legislature gives us extra duties, we'll do them, but it's really up to the legislature and who we're in communication with.
For your services.
Well, in the manhole covers, it does more than damage to cars. I am aware of an individual that a low manhole cover, he was riding a scooter, and it threw him on the sidewalk, and actually on the pavement, and busted up his face. So it does cause damage, those low manhole covers, and they ought to fix them. I agree with that.
Well, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, just give us your name and address for the record.
Leanne Moselle, 2936 South Garden Street, Boise, Idaho. I come here a little unprepared because I had done a PRR about a month ago requesting information regarding the budgets and the budget process, and that wasn't available at the time, and I was told to, wait for the meetings, which I've been doing my due diligence for the last 3 days to watch everything, and I haven't caught it all yet. So I guess my first question is, how much time do we have as citizens to respond? I would like to look at some more detail and kind of look at everything in detail. I don't have individual specific complaints. I have an overall complaint. My house I feel is overvalued for what it's really worth. And I was here before you a few years ago on my assessment, and our taxes going up again, and I really want to look at things closely and come up with an educated response to this and try to understand. I have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns, so I would like to know how much longer does the public have to be able to weigh in on this before your decisions are made and final?
Well, we'll be making a preliminary approval like the latter part of July, and you have till now until then, you can get all the information that you need. And then we'll have another public hearing right around that time. When's that scheduled, Judy?
It's end of July.
End of July, yeah.
All right, so there is some time, and I will be able to get the actual documentation now
sure.
that it's out and ready.
I suspect most of the documentation you need is not, you don't need a public records request to obtain that. I'm just guessing, but maybe the clerk can give a summary of what public information is available online and how you can use it.
FY25, our current fiscal year, is on our Budget Explorer on the website.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That'll be the best place to start, but our FY26 Budget Explorer will be what I brief in the end of July.
So
and
that
that'll
won't be available until then?
It will not be available, but the public briefing that we will do in July will present the budget as tentatively adopted by this board for the upcoming fiscal year.
So there's no access to the documentation to be able to review that myself before then?
Well, that's the tentative budget that will be set. We won't set the final budget until later in August, so you will have time to look at the documents then.
But they're not available online. Would I just need to do a PRR to be able to obtain those?
Yes, whatever records we have that are official, if you do a PR, we will provide those.
Okay. And then my next question, I guess, to just kind of clarify for myself after watching what I had seen, I know a lot ARPA funds have been in play for the last few years. And I would like to know, I see everybody's trying to come in flat and do their due diligence to, keep, from overspending and asking for supplemental funds. Are these ARPA funds factored into this year's budget that you guys have been kind of living off of for the last few years? I mean, that kind of came into play in 2021. So now, are these current budgets that you're looking at, are you living in that state as it is and expecting to have that same amount of money, and that's where your budget's set, is using those extra ARPA funds that you've had? Is that what set the new bar?
No, all ARPA funds had to be committed by the end of December, last December.
Right.
So they're committed.
Right.
They're not all spent, but the ones that aren't spent are not included in this year's budget.
Right. No, I understand that. My question is, in the last 3 years' annual budget, they've jumped up quite a bit since like 2019 and years before that because of the ARPA funds being available. Now are all these different divisions and agencies living on, having to, expecting to stay at that level? Because again, even, your procurement people said you've gone up 486% in just the last few years on procurement purchases. I mean, it seems to me, are we still, are those ARPA funds being used as the base for this year's budget? I mean, if you're remaining flat, are you kind of living off the high on the hog of what you had from ARPA in the past few years? And is that your baseline that you're starting from on these budgets for the different?
No, it's not.
Okay.
So is your question, did ARPA sort of inflate the budget?
Yes.
So now without the ARPA, we have to raise taxes to get up to the ARPA level?
Yes, that is my question. Thank
Well,
you,
and
Ryan.
And
I
that did
appreciate
not
it.
happen. That did not happen. ARPA funds were very restricted in what we could even spend them for.
Okay.
Spend them on certain areas. And what we did as a county is we took and we used those funds for one-time expenditures to repair buildings and do things that we could do with it, that we would have normally had to spend property tax dollars doing. So
Right.
we saved a lot of property tax dollars by using those ARPA dollars.
So as a rough order of magnitude, I'm looking at the 2019-2020 budget, and it looks like it was about 288 million. And in 2025, we're up to 391 million. So that's 100 million more than the budget per the budget documentation I looked at online and historical. So, I mean, we've seen quite a jump, especially between 2019, we were up at 21 to 22, we're at 296, 23 to 24, we're at 374, and in 25, we're at 390, and we're going to be going up from there. I haven't seen the total figure for 2026.
Well, you have to take into consideration, during that period of time, there was a massive inflation, and we had because of COVID, we had some delays and an increase in cost for a lot of the things we purchased, and we've had a gigantic population increase. If you take those things into consideration, I don't think that you'll see it out of line.
Yeah, well, we're all feeling that, and that's my concern here is, I mean, I'm, living paycheck to paycheck. And, I'm trying to save where I can. Your insurance is going up, my insurance is going up.
Absolutely.
I'm not getting a raise. My employers have struggled, and we don't get COLA raises out in the private sector.
Sure.
And I'm seeing that, that's happening across the board with all your staff. And I go in and I'm often at the clerk's office and I see a lot of people sitting around. I have to do the job of 2 or 3 people now in my job. I'm not getting new help. I'm asked to do more with less in my day-to-day life. And I'm not seeing that happening within your departments and for everything. And I watch very closely. And I'm not seeing that happening. And I'd like to see some more of that happening because we're out here hurting, we the people. You guys work for us, and you should have to live your lives the way we have to live our lives. It's only right. It's the
I
right
agree.
thing to do.
No question about it.
So
And we-
I am going to do a PR request and look at things a little bit more closely, and you'll be hearing more from me on some detailed individual line items and
Sure. Well, you're always welcome to comment.
Yes.
You're
thank
always
you.
welcome, and we'll provide all the information you need.
Okay, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming by.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You mentioned your assessed value and that you didn't agree with it. I would encourage you to call the
I plan
appraiser
to.
that's listed on the top of your
Yeah.
assessment notice and talk with them about it.
Yeah, and I did, like I said, I was here a couple years ago, and it didn't do me any good. I mean, again, essentially, the way I see the housing market, I believe it is artificially inflated, especially here. I understand finance and I understand money and how it works, and and there's really not anything you guys can do about that, nor are you guys at fault of that. But it certainly helps to fund you guys. But yeah, I will definitely be making an appointment to kind of see what I can do about that. That will anything that helps right now
Well, and so I'm sure you're aware, but the state law requires that that the assessor assess the properties at market value. And she has a little range that she can go by from 90 to 110%.
And speaking of that, and I want to thank you, Commissioner Beck, for your attention to how much of our property taxes go to Central District Health. As you know, many of us feel that Central District Health was very tyrannical toward us during the COVID crisis. And the fact that they are taking so much of our property taxes to, and I don't see that they're continuing to, the state isn't helping you. And I really think that really needs to be looked at, that we really need to do something about it. And I appreciate your attention to that, sir, because I think that is absolutely absurd that that's the case. So thank you. And I'll look more closely into that as well.
Thank you.
Any more questions for me, you guys?
You can do the public records request, but you can also just call me, because
Yeah.
the record you will get will be thousands of pages.
Yeah.
And it'll be pretty hard to go through. And if I can answer any questions for you about anything specific that you're looking at, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, definitely elections. You know that.
Well,
I'll be looking at that as well.
I'm also the budget officer, so I have all the budget documents.
I'm aware of that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Trent.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else out there that wishes to speak? Here we go. Welcome to our meeting. Could you please identify yourself, give your name and address for the record?
Carolina Ramos, I'm at 4041 West Garnett Street, Boise.
Did you get that? I didn't quite get that.
4041 West Garnett Street, Boise. Carolina Ramos.
Okay, well, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. This is my first time coming to the public forum, so
I'm
excited. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, elected officials, I am here today because I care deeply about my job and my community. My goal is to further implore upon you the dire need of additional positions for our office. I work for the coroner's office. You couldn't see my shirt. As an employee and a member of this community, I'm here to tell you that it is not a request that has been submitted without much care and discernment. Though I may not know everything that goes into county budget and fund allocation, what I do know are the difficulties that myself and my colleagues face on a daily basis due to staffing shortages. We have ran lean for at least my whole career, and I've been with the office for 7 years. You had just mentioned that we've seen a massive increase in population, and trust me, we have also seen it on our end, just with the increase in workload. All divisions have seen immense growth in their varying positions, and even with the new building, of course, that means that the growth has expanded with all of our responsibilities and just workload in general. With all of the added tasks and no additional staff, we have had only redistribution of responsibilities, which is turning into faster burnout for many of us. I was very glad to see that you accepted the tour of our office and got to kind of see what we do firsthand. And you were only there for a couple hours, I think, and that's a very small representation of what it is that we're going through on a daily basis. But
it was enough based on what we had.
yeah, so imagine, day in, day out, we're dealing with all of these things on top of, whatever random thing is going to come up on any given day. With our line of work, we never really know what we're going to get.
What part of the office do you work in out there?
I'm the senior forensic autopsy technician. So, senior forensic autopsy technician. I believe when you guys came into the observation deck, I was mid-autopsy and my bone saw died. So.
Oh, you were down there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is where I'm at. Knowing that I was going to come here, I tried to do a little bit of reading, remind myself what was discussed at the last budget hearing. And even last year, you had all asked about possibilities of cutting staff. Being post-pandemic and me working in that space and being there during the pandemic and knowing how many things are going on, it is difficult to imagine having any cuts to staff because we're already so lean. On one hand, we're asked to look at our staffing diligently and see where we can make cuts, but then we're also being asked to provide more services to our community at the same time, and that that math doesn't really make sense to me. We have provided comprehensive and efficient services to our community, and thus far, even with not asking for anything extra, really just trying to maintain operations, we've been able to concede to that, and we've been turning out great product, which is, serving our community to the highest abilities that we can. And we do all strive to complete our work at the highest standards that are possible. We're dual accredited between NAME and ICME, and even beyond that, our staff is always, doing trainings where we can, free webinars, what have you, to make sure that all of our knowledge bases are current. Our work is already difficult enough without having to also worry about whether we can make doctor's appointments and not burden our colleagues with the workload. Burnout is already a highly recognized problem in our industry, and how do you avoid burnout when you can't even take time off and have peace of mind when you care about the workload distribution? Unfortunately, the nature of our work is dynamic and never-ending, so we can't really pause or do things retroactively, or, in my case especially, I can't work remotely. So, my primary job is in person. And with that, we have to keep things moving. And in order to do that, we either can't let people take days off or strongly discourage it, or we add staff so that way we can maintain the timelines that everyone thinks that we should be able to adhere to, and the ones that we actually do have to adhere to due to our accreditation. There is definitely plenty of struggles with the work-life balance. We want to say, oh yeah, when I go home, I just can leave all of work at home and not worry about it. And I really don't remember the last time that I went home and was not thinking about work, that I was not thinking about how I'm going to accommodate completing all of my tasks in a timely manner with the high standards that we hold ourselves to, but also have to worry about, how can I not use as much of one product because I don't know if we're gonna have enough money to replace it, or, maybe I have to let a bone saw die and I don't know when we're gonna replace it again. And so then we're running on dull blades, and that's a safety hazard. Little things like that are always going through my head at any given moment. I'm always thinking about work because I'm always worried about it, and I care deeply. Even though we are dual accredited, it is really difficult to maintain the highest standards if we aren't going to trainings, and we can't go to trainings if there's no staff to cover whoever's gone. For example, I was approved to go to Las Vegas to the ICME conference, and I got it all covered on scholarship, but that does not negate the fact that I am now going to be out of the office, and my coworkers are going to have to cover whatever workload I was going to be working on during that time period. Had one of my colleagues wanted to also go to that conference, that would have been even more workload pushed onto whoever was staying, and then it makes it difficult to go to those trainings. Even in the most recent example, I was on vacation last week. I was only out of office for 2 days. And the whole time I was gone, I was concerned about, what my coworkers might have been having to deal with in my absence, because that's now, maybe a Friday that we suddenly have 9 cases and 7 of them are autopsies. Now we're holding cases over. We're trying to get things out. Our doctors are still needing to do their reports and things like that. It just is very disruptive to the entirety of the workflow. It may not seem like a big deal, just having one person gone, but I'm one person in one division of 5 people. And, we have 5 other divisions. We have one tech that is out on maternity leave, so that's already down. Now we're a team of 4. And then I'm gone on vacation. Someone's out on an anthro dig, and now we only have 2 people in the morgue handling all the cases for the day. That's really disparaging for the workload distribution. In addition to all the regular caseload things, I have pages and pages of all of the things that our forensic technicians do, and I can imagine that all of the other divisions have a similar list, if you will, of the way that their work is quantitated and the way that their time is allocated, and we are making do. But being a county employee, we should be able to do our jobs comfortably and knowing that we have the support of everyone in the county because we're all part of the county. And I know that the entirety of our office just needs more help. That is what I know.
Okay.
So that's kind of my statement, so please feel free to
All right, well,
ask
thank
me
you.
all kinds of questions.
Well, thank you. I know it probably took a lot of courage for you to come tonight and speak. And clearly, our office, we do more than just Ada County. We do 34 other counties.
Oh, our office, yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ada County does.
Yeah.
And we're basically subsidizing those other counties. And we're trying to rectify that in some way. We're really more of a regional coroners facility than a Ada County coroner facility. And to some degree, that's not fair, but that's what it is right now. We do the best we can with what we have. And you've got to admit, your facilities are a touch better than they were a couple of years ago.
Can confirm. Having the space to do our job has been very nice.
Yeah, but anyway, well, thank you for coming out. We appreciate your. Does anybody want to make any comments? Go ahead.
Well, I'll thank you for coming out as well. Appreciate the view from the ground from one of our employees. Yeah, it definitely bothers me that we don't have adequate staffing at the coroner's office, but we're constrained by the budget. We're out of money. We've got several requests for employees from various departments, and not everyone's going to get all their requests, and that's unfortunate because we want to keep up that level of service as the county grows. I'm really hoping that if we get the third forensic pathologist on board, that will help lighten the load. Getting the CT scanner installed, I really hope that helps you guys out as well. Is there anything, outside of employees that we can do for the employees to deal with burnout? I mean, any more amenities or things like that? I know, without the funding to get more employees, that would be number one, but do you think there's anything else that we could pursue?
That is a great question. Of course, I have my what do you call it, the Christmas wish list of things that would definitely make our lives a little bit better just with what we have as far as equipment. We do offset some of our workload a little bit with our interns and things like that, but even then, there's such a long training period and they're only with us for a short period of time, so what we're able to give them to do to help is limited. Like I said, I'm not sure all of the different pieces and parts that go into fund allocation and budget development, but I just hope that you retain the things that I have said and keep in the back of your mind when you're thinking about the different offices that need help, because we are coming into our busy season, and with the population increases and the new legislation that I think is coming out in July, we're about to be very, very busy. And I don't know how it's going to go without some extra competent hands.
Do you talk about burnout with other staff members?
Do I talk about burnout with other staff members?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. You can see it in my eyeballs, unfortunately. We all have this difficult job that we hear day in, day out, oh, I could never do what you do. On one hand, yes, it's job security, and that's great, but at the same time, with the difficult type of work that we do, the things that to me seem easy, like adding a new staff member to more evenly distribute the workload, would help a lot.
I know one thing we're discussing is having a fee, filing fee for cremation requests, and maybe the coroner wants to address how that can alleviate a small percentage of the need.
Well, I think we all know that. Unless do you want to say something?
No, I just want to commend Carolina and myself.
Sure.
Very eloquent, and I thank you so much for coming. And in interest of full disclosure, I had no idea she was going to be here or what she was going to say. But I cannot tell you guys, and I've told you this enough, the staff there has been stellar. Every chance I get, I course, praise their work. I know that they're overworked and all those kinds of things. But it did take a lot of courage to come here, and thank you so much for that. She was able to explain a lot more. She had more time to talk about one single subject, so I greatly appreciate that. It's not only for the Board of Commissioners to hear, but for everybody else that, you know, the viewing audience, so to speak. Those jobs are tough, absolutely. You guys witnessed that firsthand. And yeah, they're troopers. I don't know how else to say it, other than, you know, I do have that one position on the board. So hopefully we can work something out to get that one position funded. Anyway, so thank you very much, Carolina.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciate it.
If I may, I have one more thing I'd like to add.
Go ahead.
With, sorry, I don't know if anybody else wanted to talk, but I could be here forever. One of the things that I am always happy to share with everybody who may not know things about our office and the way that our employees do really care about the work that they're doing. I don't think anybody would be working for a coroner or medical examiner's office if they didn't actually care about serving their community and actually doing the work. We had a message sent out today that I did get permission to share. We often have family members, members of the community, reaching out to our office to give some kind of accolades wherever they can. So from a family member of a decedent, they said, "Thank you for reaching out. I'm convinced that the Ada County Coroner's Office only hires superior people. You've handled my brother's case with great compassion and professionalism. We truly appreciate all of your efforts. Thank you so much." And that's about one of our investigators. They're obviously more public facing because they're the ones that are out on scene dealing with families and that kind of thing. You know, forensics doesn't get as much of that, unfortunately, but, you know, we do have our lovely coworkers that will occasionally come and remind us how good of work we're doing. So, do you have any other questions for me?
Well, I don't have any questions, but I just want to, again, thank you again for the courage it took you to come and speak to us. I know we're sort of a wily-looking bunch.
Thanks for hearing me out.
And we have the responsibility, and the three of us have the responsibility of, we've got a Rubik's Cube because we only have so much that we can do.
Absolutely.
And the legislature constrains us. We can't do any more than that. We just have a little bit we can do. And we do the best we can to fill in the pieces on not just the coroner's facility, but all the offices.
Of course.
Yeah.
You could discuss the impact fee proposal we have, because that is, part of that would go to the coroner's office if we can get it passed.
I have not heard of this.
Well, impact fee is for facilities, and we can't hire an employees with impact fee, and we're trying to put on an impact fee, but we have to work with the 6 cities. We can only do it on the unincorporated areas, and we're working diligently with the 6 cities to get them to adopt it as well. But that's for facilities. And part of it is to pay for the facilities of the coroner's fee that we're paying each year. That's part of what that is. But anyway, yeah, we're trying to do that as well. So, anybody else want to say anything while we got this young lady in front of us?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just, and I don't know if there are any other people who are going to talk, but I'll, just as a comment to Carolina, because you're here, and the other two, we basically, and we don't often get people to come here, so we appreciate the fact that you are actually here and you took the time and inclination to come here and help us. But just as a reminder, you're a government employee. Dan is a veteran, so he served our country as well. Leanne, she is a private employee. So we have kind of the spectrum represented in the comments, so we appreciate the fact that you've come here. And it's interesting, I said this to the staff and the elected officials when we started this budget process, that we're starting in this 2026 is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So I challenged all of us to look at what we're doing now vis-a-vis what our founders did in 76 or 1776 when they declared independence. do we have the kind of government that we want to have in 250 years later? So, and as you all look at it in your various roles, we are all taxpayers here too. So we all look at what we do here in that mind's eye as well. So just like you, as whether you're a private sector employer, worker, or a veteran, or a government employee, we're all taxpayers too. So we have the same challenges, and we appreciate you coming here and helping us do that, the work that we have to do and make the decisions we have to make. So thank you for taking the time to do that.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All of you, all three of you.
Yep, well, yep, thank you very much. Yep, all right. Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak? I guess not. So, well, we want to thank everyone for being here, and there's people watching, I'm sure, online. This is part of your government in work, in session. We're doing the work of the business of the people, and it's a long process, and it's well worth it. And like I've always said, government is slow, and thank goodness it is, because it takes a lot of time to do something right. And government shouldn't be real fast, because everyone's liberty is at stake. Okay, is it all right if we adjourn? All right. Well, then we're adjourned. Thank you for all coming. Appreciate it.